Everything is all available once you scan that QR code. All thanks to the guys at Flam. A huge shout out to Karan, Anish and Varun. Guys, can you stand up and wave at us? Here they are, the coolest dressed people in the room. We'll actually give you a demo about this, and then we shall proceed.
Scan the QR code, press the play button, place the experience on ground, enjoy the experience.
A warm to the India Today Business Today AI conference. I'm Sana, delighted to be your host.
Okay, there you go. That's exactly a sneak peek of what you can expect the minute you scan that QR code. I see a lot of you all trying already, so I'm glad that Sana and I have been influential in making that happen. Good morning. Good evening, shall I say, innovators, dreamers, and pioneers of the digital age. We gather here today at the forefront of a technological revolution. India, with its vast population and diverse culture, is uniquely positioned to become a global AI powerhouse. We have the potential not just to consume AI, but to create it, to manufacture intelligence here in India. From the creative side of AI-generated art to the complex challenges of AGI and ASI, we're on the brink of a new era. Today, we will delve into the ethical implications of developing agentic AI, the role of policy and regulation in guiding AI's development, and the leadership required to steer this particular revolution. Let's harvest that raw data that flows through all of us, train our models, and build our own AI infrastructure. By manufacturing intelligence, not just consuming it, we can truly make India a global leader in AI. So let's get coding, innovating, and inspiring. Let's make this conference a launchpad for the next big thing in AI. Let's build a future where AI is a force for good, a tool that empowers humanity, not one that enslaves it. My name is Ayush Shalabadi, and welcome to the India Today, Business Today AI Conference 2024. Our first session, by the way, that was when we had the AI-generated applause, but you guys can fill in with that one either way. Thank you for that. Our first session is Leadership Change AI. Digital transformation isn't a luxury anymore. It's the key to survival and growth. In this session, we'll explore how AI is revolutionizing industries, reshaping leadership, and unlocking possibilities driven by data. To take things forward and introduce our speaker, I'd like to call on stage the session's moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TV Today Network, and Executive Director, Business Today. A huge round of applause, please.
Hello and welcome, and it is absolutely fantastic to have all of you here at the India Today, Business Today AI Congress. And to kick things off, we have one of the most renowned, most energetic professors at the Harvard Business School, and I see a lot of alumni here in the hall who've come specifically to listen to Professor Das Narayan Das. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Many of us who've had the pleasure of being in his class have seen his energy in full flow, so it won't surprise me at all if he just picks up the mic and is all over this hall in a few minutes from now. Thank you very much, sir, for taking out time and joining us here.
Just to be very clear, you know, I cold call people when I teach, and the alums who are showing up here are not showing up because they want to hear me. They're waiting for a chance to cold call back. So it's just, they just want to hit it back. So let's see what happens.
And we'll give as many folks who've come an opportunity to ask some questions, so you can sharpen your question and keep that ready as well.
Yeah.
You know, Professor Das, like so many of us, you're also grappling with how to deal with the emerging possibilities that artificial intelligence offers. And your work is focused on digital transformation and now, in particular, how AI can harness change. Could you begin by laying out a framework for, you know, because you're interacting with so many companies in India, internationally, some of the best practices that you're seeing which you think are a good framework for trying to leverage the possibilities of artificial intelligence, some of the mistakes that you're seeing these companies make? We'll get started from there.
Sure. First of all, I think, transformation is a powerful word, and it's exactly the word to use. But transformation is the worst thing that you can do by calling whatever you do transformation. Because when a CEO stands up and tells his company or her company, we're going to embark on an AI transformation, the people sitting in the room don't hear the word transformation, they hear, my job is gone. And when someone gets a fear into their mode of, that's going to replace me, their likelihood of being supportive goes down. So one thing that I feel and that I'm writing about now is, in the immediate future, in the world of business, AI is better managed as augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. It is all about how machines can help humans be better. And so, in terms of best practice, the firms that have been able to get things going are leaders in these firms who focus on helping their people get better rather than fear of being replaced. That's the first step. So while it might be transformational, it is better framed as how can you be better using machines, and then get people along and then make things happen. So that's step one. The second one is a lot of firms that I see that are saying we'll use AI and so on in redefining the way we do business are building their castle on shifting stands. And what I mean by that is data. Data is the new oil. That's not my phrase. People have said that. But unless and until you have a data strategy, there is no point in talking about an AI strategy. And the key with data is, especially in the world of business, is firms have to understand that data cannot be in pockets. Data has to be shared, and data has to be universally available within for AI to work. But then think about it. For most managers in this world, actually for all managers in this world today, what is data? Data is power, because you can use it to do things which are because of an information arbitrage opportunity. And so if you ask someone, hand me your power, are they going to hand it over to you? The answer is no. And so their ability of leaders to be able to get everybody in the organization to share data is a critical thing. And what I've found is firms that do it well don't create an Athenian democracy mode where everybody gets to voice their opinion. More often than not, it's a mandate. And so there are things in the AI transformation that need to be done top-down. There are things that need to be bottom-up. Top-down is a mandate from the senior managers that data has to be centralized. Otherwise, it will not work. Every success story I've seen at enterprise level is where the firm creates a centralized data strategy. But having said that, I go back to my first point. You then need to make everybody empowered to be able to use it in a way that enhances their performance. And so my bet is that into the foreseeable future, firms that think about how AI augments their people are likely to win. Firms that are not able to explain this are going to land up in a situation where their organization is going to push back rather than be supportive of the transformation.
I was reading about an experiment between three machines. Two machines were communicating with each other in encrypted language, and the task of the third machine was to try and break the encryption. And this goes back and forth till it reaches a point where the third machine can no longer decrypt what the first two machines are talking about. The point I'm making is that at a time when so much is happening just between machines, and the programmers who set this experiment up, after a while, couldn't figure what the machines were saying to each other and couldn't decrypt it themselves because it just got so dense. They finally gave up. They said, okay, the machines have now decided to take this program into a zone of their own, and they couldn't figure out what was happening. Given the fact that machines are so much smarter than humans, and while everyone's trying their best to come to terms and grapple with the technologies and learn as much as they can, the machines are much smarter. So how do you lead this transformation at a time when these machines have a mind of their own?
Actually, I don't agree with what you're saying. Might be because I don't understand what you're talking about. Machines are smart. Machines are smart when they're fed with valuable information, reliable information that they're able to. Machines do things better once something has been well understood, as of today. We're still not in a world where machines can figure out things on their own. They need an objective function they need content, but they can process that faster, they can analyze faster. But if it's garbage in, it's going to be garbage out. And so, as I see it, the way to think about the world, therefore, is, as I said again, it's augmented intelligence. And think about it as leaders in firms at all levels, they make decisions. And we are trying to figure out how AI can help them make decisions. And if you talk to the world of data science and ask them what kind of decisions are made, I mean, it's well established, these are not my terms, but there are three distinct forms of decisions that leaders make. One is what we call as prescriptive analytics. I mean, prescriptive analytics informing decisions. What is prescriptive analytics? You're using data from the past, historical data, and using machines to process that information and provide you with inputs that the human then uses to make decisions. Is that going away in the world of business? The answer is no, because there are still a large number of decisions, especially as you go higher up in the organization, where data is sparse, the uncertainty is high, and the contingency framework is very complex. So if a human has not fed a contingency framework into the machine, it is not going to be able to do it unless and until it is fed with vast amount of data to do some pattern recognition. That's not going to happen. So into the foreseeable future, all the leaders who are sitting out here, I would argue more than half the decisions they make will be what we call as prescriptive. And in that world, you have to ask the question, what can a machine do for me? The human still makes the decision. But what machines will do is analyze the data, historical data, and present it in a much better manner. And that's what happens today when you query ChatGPT. It goes in, checks on the body of knowledge, and then distills it to a form that you can use to make a decision. That's not changing. The machine does not make the decision there. The machine provides you with the background to make a decision. The second thing is predictive analytics. I mean, humans using machines to make predictions. I mean, over the last year, I've asked CEOs about how many of them have, you know, a metric called customer churn on their dashboard, and virtually every CEO has that. Customer churn is the number of customers you lost in the last year. Is it a good thing to have? Absolutely yes, because it tells you, it gives you a high-level feel for the health of the business. But what do you do with customer churn? It's after the fact. The customer is already churned. What might be better is having a metric which is customers at risk. If you have customers at risk, the leader can then actually take some action to prevent attrition. Now, machines can do that very well. Machines can provide, in this case, the prediction, and managers make decisions. Managers still need to make the decisions. So in predictive analytics, the augmentation is machines provide a look into the future in terms of predicting. Predictions are never good. And in the world of business, accuracy is not what you want in an AI model, because missed opportunities can be very, very expensive to lose. So what you don't want is accuracy. What you want is economically optimal outputs provided by the AI system. And then managers make decisions. And my challenge to every leader in this room and outside is, in the coming year, make it a point to have at least 20% of your decisions using machines to predict first before you make any decisions. That's the way you adapt to the new world. And there again, machines are not making the decisions, machines are predicting. And then, of course, you have the third part, which is prescriptive analytics.
Descriptive.
No, prescriptive analytics. So descriptive is the first one, sorry. If I did say prescriptive.
You missed out descriptive.
Yeah, so it's descriptive analytics, the first one. Predictive is the second one. And the third one is prescriptive analytics. In prescriptive analytics, yes, machines operate autonomously. But do humans have a role to play? Yes. I mean, I have a Tesla. I sit in the car every day. Once I tell it where to go, it does a fantastic job and takes me to wherever I want to go. But it still waits for an instruction from me. And so humans do have to provide the objective function. Humans do have to provide the role, and then the machines take over. But is that going to be important as we going ahead? Yes, there will be more and more places where machines can do a better job. When will machines do a better job? When there are vast amounts of data, when there is some pattern that humans might not be able to recognize themselves, And there is the opportunity to optimize in a manner at high volume that humans cannot do. That world is going the machine way. But is business therefore going to be run by machines? Well, we are not in that world as yet, at least not into the foreseeable future.
You know, if you have a meeting that you're preparing for, and we have a session where we have a lot of artists, musicians, who are talking about how they're using AI, you know, what concerns me is that you can ask whether it's ChatGPT or any of the other engines for research or for questions, and they can do as good a job, if not better, than typical research teams. And therefore, when so many functions get automated, the question is, what's your suggestion to those sitting here, many mid-level senior executives, in terms of how they prepare for the next 10, if their career runways are still 10, 15 years, how do they prepare? Because a lot of what would have earlier been done either by them or by people around them can now be done at the snap of a finger by machines.
So I think the phrase to think about here is busyness with a Y instead of an I. If look at your own jobs and ask what are those tasks that keep you busy doing things that are non-value add. And if those tasks are things that are the ones that you use to justify your existence, you will be history. And so what you need to do is whenever there is a busyness with a Y there, asking how a machine can help you manage that. And then with the time that's available, where can you add true value where machines can't really do them or do things on their own is the way to go. We all, if we were to do an audit of our work, myself included, it's in the 50, 60, 70% of our time is spent doing things that we should not be doing. Let machines do that. Don't fight the machines in those areas. But once the time is released, you better figure out how you want to use it, which means you need to use your intellect to do other things. So how can I then use machines to make better decisions is the way to think about it. So stepwise, first of all, think about it. What happened when the internet first came along? Let's take an example, travel agents. When bookings went online, a lot of travel agents lost their jobs or their careers, or the entire industry collapsed. But has the travel agency gone away as a business? No, it's come back with a bang, because they came back by saying, well, bookings are no longer going to be what we focus on. We're going to focus on curating trips. And so they brought new value, and today that industry is more vibrant than ever before, because humans want that the curation of trips. But now they're facing another existential crisis. Well, just on the press of a button, an AI system can generate a better curated trip for you in any part of the world than anybody else can. Because remember again, the AI is relying on past experiences of others. It's picking up on that, condensing it, finding patterns and providing an answer. So that industry is facing an existential issue again. So they need to move to the next level. And that's happening to all of us. We have to accept that the routine tasks in our jobs are going to be done better by machines, which means we need to focus on where we can truly create value, which might mean in many cases in this room we need to pick up new skill sets. And that's how we stay ahead. I don't see that as an easy task, but I don't see that as something that we can avoid either. So the smarter we get in trying to stay ahead of machines, the better it is. Let's not fight them, let's leverage the power of machines.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this open. We'll have a mic brought in front, and just keep that ready and think about your question. In the meanwhile, the India Today group has been trying to use AI in different ways. So we've got this AI anchor. You may have seen her on television. So she has a question for Professor Das. So Sana, what's your question? Go ahead. In the meanwhile, we can have a mic out, and that mic can then be passed around the room. So just give me a second. Let's take Sana's question first. Sana, go for it. Oh, there she is.
Great to meet you, Professor Narayan Das. As an AI expert observing business leadership, I'm intrigued. How do you see AI transforming organizational decision-making? Are we heading towards a collaborative future between AI and human leadership, or do significant integration challenges lie ahead?
Sana, actually, I answered the question before you asked it. Sana needs to work a little harder. If she had paid attention to If she had paid attention to what I had said, she wouldn't have asked me that question. Well, Sana, what you need to do is understand that we are focused on augmented intelligence and not artificial intelligence. You still are artificial, so when you augment yourself and come into the world of humans, I will be able to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take some questions here. Can we have the mic sent across to the gentleman sitting here, please?
Thank you,
apologize.
Professor Narayan
I
Das, for
didn't-
your valuable insights.
I'm very thrilled with Sana, so thank
It's
you very
intriguing
much.
to hear how AI is not just a tool but a potential partner in leadership. Building on what you said about trust and collaboration, could you share some strategies or examples of organizations that have successfully bridged the gap between AI integration and human leadership? How can businesses foster a culture that embraces this collaboration effectively?
Well, I think I kind of hinted towards that. Leaders who stand in front of their organizations and talk about how machines are going to replace humans are going to lose, and their firms will lose. Leaders who can stand in front of their people and say, I'm going to make each one of you better by leveraging machines are going to be the winners. So it's the job of senior leaders to find ways in which you can help each one of your people get better. And so it goes back to the point that I made earlier. Don't think transformation, think one person at a time, and think about how you can improve their ability to deliver value. Firms that go down in that direction can be very successful. I wrote a case on Tata Steel, and one of the things I really liked about Narendran, who's the leader of Tata Steel, what he did was mandated that machines would be used by every individual to find how they can create more value. And by creating an environment where each person, rather than fear for their job, was thinking hard about how to leverage machines to create more value in what they do, they landed up creating a value explosion within the firm. So there are times when leaders need to be top-down. For example, centralization of data for AI to be successful, that is a top-down measure. There is no option to it. At the same time, a bottom-up measure is to help people figure out ways in which they can leverage machines, empower them. And so the winning strategy is not trying to do one or the other. The winning strategy is to realize when you need to mandate and when you need to empower. A combination of that two done in a constructive manner leads to superior performance. Trying to do one or the other only is going to result in destruction of value.
Okay, we'll take some questions. Thank you, Sana, for that. Yes.
Uday Singhani out here. Thank you very much. Very insightful, sir. My question is, a lot is being said when it comes to decision making and augmented intelligence about AI ethics and the bias in the decision making process. Maybe if you could throw some light on that, sir.
It's a gray area. It's a huge gray area. Think about it. I mean, today when you use a LLM, you use Chat GPT, it does not tell you where it gets the information from. And therefore, you have no idea about the veracity of the information it's collecting. And it presents to you, and then you take a decision on it. So there is, first of all, an issue about the reliability of information. The second one is, I, for 12 years, was the chair of Harvard Business Publishing. And HBR is an asset that we have in Harvard Business Publishing. HBR is a leading source of ideas in the world of business. I worry about how much of that has been absorbed into these systems without our consent. So there's a whole issue of copyright that needs to be thought through. The legality of misusing information is a big one. And then the point that you're making, which is bias. I mean, right now, if you take a pure approach of economic optimization, it is very likely that it's going to lead to the weak being affected more negatively. And that is dangerous. And so we are just at the beginning of understanding a new world. And we will need to write laws. And we have seen in the last several decades Regulation is lagging behind technology. So whoever is responsible for technology has to take a much more responsible approach. And those that use it have to understand the issues. I mean, we are not going to have this sorted out in a year or two. It's a long-term issue, and mankind will have to deal with it, because there is a very good chance that many things will be done in a manner that exploits the weak and empowers the powerful. And that, we know, can lead to disaster, and humankind has suffered this a lot. So we have to be very careful on that. It's not an easy issue to eliminate, not at all.
Okay, we'll take some more questions. Can we have a mic sent across to the gentleman in the middle, please?
You get your chance. Professor Das, I'm a strategic human resource management professor and management consultant to boards, especially in the IT sector. Now, talent attrition is a burning issue 24/7. And what happens, there is a phase in the life cycle of an employee called quiet quitting, where he is physically present and mentally absent. Now, they say predictive analytics can give you data to see which employee is waning, has entered into the zone of quiet quitting. And yet, IT companies which claim to be on the forefront of AI really don't use it, and they have the highest attrition rates. When the employee puts his letter of resignation, oh, they say, then we all knew about it. The humans say it. So this is a dilemma I am experiencing. Maybe you could enlighten me. Thank you, sir.
The last few words you used are important. You said this is a dilemma.
Yes.
And you didn't say it's a problem. And it's just very important. Because dilemmas don't have solutions. Problems do. And so by calling it a dilemma, you captured the essence. We don't have an answer to that. I mean, I would answer it in a different way. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to say what I think is the answer to your question. This morning I was in a meeting with senior leaders, CHROs and senior leaders of talent. And I was giving them the example, and one of the most, right now, I love teaching, is a case that a colleague of mine, Young Mi Moon, has written on Starbucks. It's a 20-year-old case. And the reason I love teaching that case today is, in that case, the question being asked is, should Starbucks spend $40 million trying to provide better support to its baristas? Baristas are those that make the coffee behind the counter. And why I teach that case is, I tell people, whatever you do with this case, whatever decision you come up with in this case discussion, I'm going to predict the future. And the future is 5 years from now, your chairman is going to issue a memo to the entire organization saying we have lost our soul. And 10 years later, he's going to repeat the same thing. And into 2024, 19 years later, you're going to fire a CEO for the very reason, that is, we have lost a soul. So the question is, how do you lose your soul? At the same time, that company has gone from a market cap of 6 billion to 110 billion. So economic performance has been off the charts, but it loses its way all the time. And my answer to that, or rather my analysis to that thing, is they focused on growth at any cost. And the problem that I see a lot here in India is firms are focused on growth, but not growth through right strategy and right execution, but growth at any cost. And when you do that, the resource that suffers the most is human capital. You burn your people. And in this world today, the most precious resource is human capital. So firms that are going to do well are firms that nurture human capital, not burn it. And if you want to nurture human capital, you need to have a right way to grow and a right way to get it done. And so that's going to differentiate firms, successful firms, from not so successful firms. So this quiet quitting that you're talking about is a sign of a firm that values growth more than their people. And that is not sustainable, sir. And so I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's the way to think about it.
Okay, we'll take some more questions. The gentleman there in the corner, please, can a mic be sent? Okay, go on.
Thank you. So, Professor Das, my name is Bhavik Dangarwala, and I am from the technology industry. I work for Soft Cell Technologies and have been in the industry for 3 decades. I also have my own social cause initiative, which is a very small thing that I am running on conserving human capital. You just mentioned about human capital, right? Now I'm coming back to what we were talking about machines, allowing machines to do what they do better. And then it will give you more time, right? So we have to find out where do we use this extra time. I'm just repeating what you said. Are you saying actually that we'll actually get more time to innovate? Number one. Number two, people will, with lateral thinking, out of the box thinking, are probably going to be far more valuable to organizations, right? And number three is, senior most positions are going to be more creative, rather than mechanical. I mean, just an inference that I drew. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I actually didn't mean to say what you said, but I really like what you're taking away from it. So, I never thought of it that way. So, thank you. You just helped me understand what I'm trying to say myself. I would not say creative. Lateral thinking, Bono's lateral thinking is the right way to think about it, but it's one way to think about it. I mean, you can create value without having to be creative. I mean, there are many ways to do it. Just think about value add in a more generic sense rather than saying that one has to be creative to do it. In the creative world, there's a lot of AI and how it helps people get better. But in the world of business, value add doesn't necessarily mean you have to be left brain thinking or right brain. I don't know which side is the creative side. But I'm thrilled with whatever you're walking away with. So I'll use your answer the next time someone asks me that question.
Thank you so much.
This is where Professor Das is getting into form. If you feel like cold calling any of your previous students, you can go ahead and do that as well. Okay, the gentleman there, can we have a mic sent across to him, please?
Here you go. He's going to take time.
Thank you so much. Professor Das, my name is Kapil Jain. And, all these major companies which are into AI, especially, ChatGPT or Anthropic or Perplexity or Google DeepMinds, and the kind of market share which NVIDIA is having is around 70 to 80%, right? Now, when we are in India, are we going to just use those major giants plugins in our startups here, or are we have some kind of opportunity looking into account the kind of languages, the kind of data which we are having in this country? So what are your thoughts about this monopoly of those bigger companies like Google and Amazons of the world and NVIDIA, and looking into account how India can have their own AI models?
What you're asking is not idiosyncratic to the current situation. It's been there as long as mankind has existed. Those that have power try to use it, and those that don't try to mimic it. And so if you play the game that the leaders are playing, you're only going to strengthen them further. So if you want for Indian firms to succeed and not get locked into the models that come from the West, then I would say, the previous question that was asked, I mean, think creatively and find your own approach to doing things. And then prove to others that there is value in how you do it. This is virgin territory. This is open territory. There is a tendency to follow the path that others have taken. And when you do that, don't complain that others walked on it before you did. Chart your own path, find your way, and then make people come your way. That takes a lot of guts, and that can be done. But if you do it, you're going to win. I mean, go back 30 years. I mean, go back 40 years. The Indian IT industry here today, I mean, how many people imagined it would be here today in the world? I mean, go all over the world, they talk about India and IT projects in a synonymous, in the same sentence. That's because there were a few individuals in this country who visioned that future. We need that vision now. And so if you're going to use the same GPUs that the others are using, you can do something else, but then find a more energy efficient way of doing it. Harness the resources that you have to come up with a model that works. And it's very clear, whether it's in the world of sports or in the world of business, you win when you play your game better than anybody else. Right? If you're going to play someone else's game, don't complain. You've decided to play their game, they're going to be better than you. Right? I mean, I don't know, you might be too young, but India forever was the world leader in field hockey. And it kept winning. So what did the Western world do? They changed the game. They took away natural turf and put artificial turf. At a time when India couldn't afford a single artificial turf here. So the genius of Indian hockey players, which was dribbling, was taken away and hockey became a power sport. Today I can't even recognize the world of hockey. So they changed the game. Well, reverse engineer that and work the other way around. And so I find it hard when someone says, well, I have to use what they are doing and therefore I'm forced to it and I'm going to lag. Well, then don't play that game. You know, you have enough and more brain power here in this country to compete on any front with anyone. What you need is the courage, and what you need is a concerted effort, a community effort to harness resources to make it happen. No single firm will be able to get it done. So you come together, you build your resources together, you find your places where you can achieve. This country is capable of doing unbelievable things. So, you know, be original. I mean, be like one of the Bollywood stars. I mean, each one of them is original. I mean, did I answer your question? Are you happy with my answer? All right.
Let's spend a moment, sir, on digital marketing in the AI age and how this is different from having the database tools to be able to power your consumer set, figure out, you know, how your marketing pieces are tracking. Because now a lot of the creativity can also be generated through AI. So how do you see that change? And for those who are in those kind of marketing roles, how are you suggesting and recommending to them to adapt as this technology becomes available to them, which they can benefit from, but also potentially poses dangers to their job?
So if I talk about the marketing, marketing is a restrictive word. I mean, let's think about market facing. The business world globally organized itself into three functions: marketing, sales, and support or service. And it could afford to do that because most firms had control over the customer's journey. They were able to, I mean, you might have heard of soap operas. I mean, you know, I ask people, do you know where the word soap operas comes from? These are the Bold and the Beautiful and the Young and the Restless shows in the US. Anybody knows why they are called soap operas? Other than Anjali, because she knows answers to every question I can think of. Exactly. When network TV happened in the US, the networks had control over the consumer who watched TV all afternoon. The soap company, Procter & Gamble, realized that it had captive audience in the afternoon and started advertising detergents in these shows to promote their detergent. And that's how the word soap opera came, because the soap company sponsored the program that was shown in the afternoon because the customer was captive to it. So we lived in a world where firms had control over when they wanted to talk to customers or clients and how they wanted to talk. In the digital world, the customer goes on a journey of their own. They don't follow your sequential thing about, now let me tell you what it is, now let me get you ready to buy it, now let me help you experience it. No, the customer decides to do what they want. And so fundamentally, what AI is going to do is break down the functions of marketing, sales, and support. It's going to be a customer journey management. The problem that I see is boards and senior leaders who have grown up in a world where these were silos, will be unable to break down the structures because they're not thinking in that mode. So I think AI is going to disrupt this whole thing, but leaders who are incapable of understanding this disruption are going to be hurdles in the path to the change. My forecast is in a decade from now, there'll be many industries where there'll be just a customer journey function, and functions called marketing or sales or service will not exist. And that's already happening in a few places in the US. And so those of you who say that I'm in sales or I'm in marketing or I'm in support, I mean, you want to prepare for the future, start talking about I am responsible for part of the customer journey, and then figure out how to get yourself relevant in a bigger part of the customer journey. That's how you're going to manage. Good news for you is your board is not in a place where they can figure this out, and so they will help you keep your job for as long as it. So two things, either go with the customer or convince your board that the current world is good enough. I mean, both will work.
No, but let's spend some time on this, because you make this point in your writings as well, that people in C-suite positions or in keyboard positions who can potentially be enablers of the use of artificial intelligence can also be roadblocks because they simply don't understand enough about the technology and therefore could be taking the wrong decisions. But the reality of the corporate world is that they're in the position that they are at this moment till the time their jobs and their companies get disrupted. How should they prepare, potentially having, say, collaborators or bringing in experts, younger experts, etc., to be able to ensure that they stay in their jobs, continue to power the growth that the company requires, and yet don't have a situation where their companies and they themselves get disrupted by younger, hungrier, more tech-savvy challengers?
You know, there are many ways, but I'll just pick on one because I found that to be very compelling. And I saw that in the Tata Steel, when I wrote a case on Tata Steel, is reverse mentoring is a very powerful way to bring the digital world to your senior leaders very quickly. It's also a very powerful way to let the current generation recognize what it takes to be a leader. I hear a lot of people say that the new generation is impatient, they want to be CEOs on day one, and they just don't want to believe in this, put in your time before you get to where you need to be. And so one way to manage this is expose people to the next generation by creating channels of communication between the two on a one-to-one basis rather than, just a community program. So that's one model that really has worked with firms that I've seen trying to get their leaders more savvy with the current worlds.
Professor Das, we're out of time in this conversation, but it's been an absolute delight. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Can we have a very warm round of applause for Professor Narayan Das for taking out time and joining us here at this Congress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank
Take
you
care.
so
And
much.
thank you for no cold calls today. I appreciate that.
And thank you for no cold calls either.
Our job as hosts has become so much easier now with AI. You can just go on ChatGPT, Gemini, any of these LLMs and ask it to produce a script for you. So I'm a little upset with my team because the next session, the brief that was given was AI replacing or reinventing humans. I think this is very mothership, very general. So we need to really shake things up because the two people in this session who are joining me on stage, and I'm going to get that mic for us. The two gentlemen who are going to be joining me on stage need no introduction. And AI cannot do this introduction any justice. So we're going to do things differently. I have with me two leaders, two tech titans, and more importantly, some of the best mentors that any of us can have in this room right now. Aditya Ghosh and CP Gurnani, a huge round of applause. Please join me on stage for this session. Forgive me, good sirs. I'm going to start this off. I think this is more of an application for mentorship. Is that okay, sir? CP sir, you've always given me great advice.
I'm putting in my application to him.
Okay, great. So two of us are going to be applying for mentorship over here because we have an absolute veteran with us.
Sir, मगर 20 लाख रुपए नहीं है देने के लिए.
I know I started getting DTC bus pass. So guys, thank you for officially calling me senior citizen. And for that, you didn't need AI tools.
So when I asked AI, I think even the LLMs, and especially on the free models, could not compile your illustrious career in just one output. And similarly, the amazing illustrious things that Aditya has done in a short span of time. A huge round of applause. I am in August company. I am privileged to be here. Now, the session, sir, and the prompt was, is AI replacing humans, blah, blah, blah. We're going to talk about leadership, mentorship, policy, regulation, the serious stuff, the fun stuff. And remember this, Aditya is not media shy, but he'll always give us some great news. And CP, sir, will never shy away from a headline. So we're very glad that we could join you. CP, sir, you know, when we're talking about mentorship in a way, actually, let's talk about that. Cultures, the sort of culture that you need in a top tech company. And AI coming in, saying digital transformation is not a luxury anymore. We talk about augmenting the existing workforce. We talk about AI replacing certain functions. You've transitioned from a top IT company now to an AI startup entrepreneur. Are you seeing things differently now?
You know, clearly, I would say that me and the 5 million software engineers in India are privileged. Privileged is because we are lucky that, you know, for us to be efficient at our jobs, it has to be human plus AI, AI plus human. And if we don't use the tools, then anyway we are extinct. So it's wrong to assume that it's an opportunity only for the technology industry. I think it's a huge opportunity for every industry. That most of us have used these tools in our own way. The day, you know, some of you started writing your reports on MS Word and started getting spelling guidance, I mean, you were using an AI. That 3 decades ago, when a chess game was won by the machine, you were using AI. It's just that exponential increase has now come in, and thanks to the generative AI, thanks to the conversational AI, now it has become, you know, into the hands of every human being. So I think it is important that human beings realize that the world now is human beings plus AI. And if you're not going to adopt AI, you would be left behind.
I wasn't joking about the application for mentorship at the start. In a previous life, I was a lawyer, and a lot of people don't know that when Aditya is being introduced, he also started off as a lawyer, then did the miracles he did at Indigo, then a CASA, and now a bunch of other ventures, whether it's a travel tech company, whether it's some of the stuff you're doing with the Vadvani Foundation. It's all AI for you as well as this. So do you agree with CP, sir, when he says it is human plus AI? There's no other way forward.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to pick it up from where CP left, right? whether we call it augmented intelligence or whether we call it artificial intelligence or assisted intelligence, this has been around all the way from Deep Blue, defeating Gary Kasparov. But what has happened in the last few years is that it has become much more user-friendly. My analogy is that when I was in high school, the privileged boys would, I grew up in an all-boys school, privileged boys would go twice a week into this air-conditioned room, which was called the computer lab.
Yes.
And there used to be computers kept in an air-conditioned environment. Today, a 1.5-year-old starts playing with that iPad.
Correct.
So that intuitiveness. Similarly, what has happened in the last 3-4 years, especially with GPT-2, GPT-4o, is that it has now become, table stakes for everybody. You don't have to be a programmer today. You can literally go to ChatGPT 4o, put in the right kind of prompt, and it'll build up a code which you can then start, using in your development systems, whatever environment you might have. Next will be, where there'll be non-programmable, AI, right? So that ease of use where it will become horizontal, and therefore to agree with what CP is saying, neither is it going to be the fiefdom of tech companies, nor is it going to be something that will be some, secret that only a few people will know. It will be across. It's happening today. Whether it is an airline, whether it is a real estate company trying to predict pricing, whether it is an airport trying to do demand forecasting, whether it is a healthcare company which is trying to predict the incidence of cancer, right? We are using artificial intelligence in one form or the other, whether it is ML, whether it is deep learning, we'll go into that debate later. It is all around, and therefore it'll be something that we are using. And to answer your question, yes, and at least, in the 4 or 5 things that I'm deeply involved in, we use this on a day-to-day basis. All the way from very simple sort of forecasting type of stuff to, like in our eVTOL business, we are using, very precision landing systems based on artificial intelligence, for instance.
Mr. Gurnani, it's interesting because I just want to give you guys some context in terms of how fast things move in the world of tech, specifically in the world of AI. 3 years ago when we met, we were talking about whether AI would replace humans. Then we met in Barcelona at the Mobile World Congress, and we spoke about AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. Today, the conversation's already moved forward. It's ASI, it's Artificial Super Intelligence, when AI systems and LLMs become smarter than human beings. How do we really cope, Mr. Gurnani, more importantly, when the guardrails still aren't in place?
So, I'm going to actually put it differently. Since both of you claim to be lawyers and talk more technology, somebody has to talk English. So, think about it. What does a Microsoft call the agent that it puts alongside yours? It calls it a co-pilot. Why do you call it a co-pilot? Because it takes away some of your routine functions and frees up your bandwidth so that you can become more productive and you can become more efficient. Now, take this a step forward. When you start training your own tools to start, anticipating what your requirements are, then it starts becoming what we call as super smart agents. Now, the super smart agents, in my opinion, where we all are going right now, number one, the marriage between a human and the AI agent is going to be so much, more tailored around the domain that you are operating in. And we have seen these examples. What do you, when you come into the airport, when you see a Digi Yatra, what do you see out there? Do you see it as an exercise in computer vision? Or do you see it as one of the most complex systems where Homeland Security is involved, where an airline is involved, where an airport is involved, where an individual's data is involved, where ticketing is involved and you're still able to seamlessly go across to your gate. Now, just take a step forward. Today you come into the hotel, nobody recognizes you. Whereas hotels are supposed to be more personal, airlines are supposed to be, God save you. Now, the point I'm trying to make out here is the evolution of technology has just begun. And the moment it starts getting into the marriage of conversational AI, marriage of computer vision, marriage of generative AI, and number fourth, predictive AI, I think that is the time when we would have unleashed the real power of the human being.
How would you respond then to a lot of the detractors, especially of generative AI? I'm going to come to you as well, Aditya. When they say ChatGPT, Gen AI, all of this is a fad. It's a bandwagon that all corporates are trying to latch on to, and maybe it'll pass, like the blockchain, the crypto wave. Is that even a 1% possibility, sir?
So the good news is, with the crypto prices, it never passed. The good news is, blockchain is here to stay. And the third part is, I think generative AI is evolving even faster than you and I would like to believe. The fact is, data centers are going to use more power than your smart cities. The fact is, and the reason they're going to use it is because that much of usage has increased. The fact is also that generative AI, when we start talking 4.0, somebody is already talking 7.0. I mean, it's not the last funding round, what Sam Altman got. So it is very clear. And then you have to actually take into account what China is doing. You have to take into account what UAE is doing. UAE had their sovereign policy in 2017. They had an AI minister in 2017. In China, today, for the chat queries that you do, it costs 1/30th of what it costs for you to become a commercial user of ChatGPT. So all I'm trying to say is that best is yet to come.
Aditya, so then the detractors can completely be, dismissed when they say Silicon Valley to chali gayi, now it is Cerebral Valley in San Francisco. That is, big tech is now becoming big AI. Is that a fair assumption?
Look, when any new technology comes in, it is very natural for the hype to get a little bit ahead of what the reality may be. But having said that, I think as business leaders, which is where you started off from, we need to be able to quickly sort of, be able to distinguish the smoke screens from what the reality is. The reality is that artificial intelligence is not a fad. It is not something that just happened to, fall from the sky in the last 4 or 5 years. It is something we are using today. Only thing that is happening is that it is becoming more prevalent. And that is, I know it's very dramatic to say this, but I think we're living in an amazingly magical time. It's like being born in the Industrial Revolution. Within our lifetime, we will see the world change. Right? Now, the impact that it will have, certain people's roles will change. Some people have to reskill. Some of these technologies will become cheaper. Computing will become faster. Moore's law last 60 years has shown that. And it'll be all around. Like, Digi Yatra today, like, people use it as if it's nothing. Like, as if it's your, walking through an X-ray machine. Right? Driverless cars are a reality. A pilotless, air travel will become a reality within the next decade, less than a decade, right? So, I think that we shouldn't, if I may say this, we shouldn't dignify them by calling them detractors. They're at best ostriches, with their head stuck in the sand. If you're thinking that, no, this is something that's just going to, pass over. It is all around us already, right? So that's where I feel like, I mean, I think we are past that stage where we should say, bas ye nahi hoga, this is some fad. Bhai, ho raha hai. Ho hai.
Mr. Gurani, it's interesting because Aditya touched upon reskilling and upskilling. Now, that's important, right? Let's talk about, of course, all of us needing to embrace that AI wave.
By the way,
Yes.
just so that, the lawyer joke is on us also. In a company that I'm involved in, we are using AI today to dramatically reduce the legal spend because we've now been able to train the model to look at certain, vast masses of contract where we don't have to wait for lawyers and large due diligence teams to go through it. It's happening today. So, glad that you and I are not dependent on legal fees for our living anymore.
Absolutely. It's all about data centers now. Mr. Gurani, so really reskilling, upskilling, that's important. We're talking about us embracing the AI revolution. All of us sat in this room right now. What about the next generation? Shouldn't it be a part of school curricula? Shouldn't it be a part of, all the other things that we're doing? Aditya mentioned the computer lab, which was that, holy space that we went to where the air conditioning always worked. Floppy disk, Aditya, your time? Okay, so we're the same generation then. Yeah. But Mr. Gurnani, doesn't that mean that we need to really start from the ground up?
So first is, I think we need to take a few natural phenomena into account. Number one is there is no AI if there is no data. And for us, this data married with the AI tools and the machine learning is where you create the tools that enhance your productivity or efficiency. Now, I'm a very firm believer that if India has to leapfrog, it will have to start repurposing all three factors. The all three factors is, does every department, does every organization, does every government department have an AI usage budget? Or is it become compulsory? Because till you make it mandatory, the same way computers at one point of time, got into the air-conditioned rooms, but now they have gone into mainstream. They are with, either through your smartphone or through your laptop, they are in everybody's hands. So for us to make the best use of AI, I think somewhere we will have to do a little bit of, induce it, little bit of inspiration, but every government department and every private company will have to start using it. The second part of it is, I think we have a fair amount of action. 200 private universities, IITs, and all have a lot of initiatives. And particularly IITs, I think they're doing a phenomenal job. But question now is, there is always this disparity between the public schools and the private schools. Mm-hmm. There's always this disparity between the rural and the urban. And I think with the connectivity now being what it is, with the cost of smartphone that can be driven to 5,000 rupees, I think we should start introducing AI and prompt engineering, because that will accelerate the learning and that will probably bridge the gap between the various sections of the society. So yes, if I was the education minister, I would do it yesterday.
You see a few smiles in the audience. You touched upon something that I really want to talk about, and this is telepathy, sir. You're reading my questions before I ask them. The divide between India and Bharat. As tech companies grapple with how to really make it the next big thing, with the demographic dividend here in India, Aditya, is that really the way, given the organizations you've scaled in the past, the efficiencies you've brought into the aviation sector, now what you're doing in travel tech as well, do you think that is the secret sauce here in India? If a company wants to set up or do business here, really cracking the whole India versus Bharat paradigm?
Clearly, where we are being able, okay, yeah. So why is the divide there? A large part of the divide is because of traditional models of language, KYC requirements and things like that, right? Let's look at simple things like agriculture, education, financial inclusion, and healthcare. 4 areas. In all of these 4 areas, the government actually today has started using some kind of artificial intelligence, right? Whether it is in terms of advisory, there is this Kisan e-Mitra, and there are a bunch of things. There is oral communication that is being, simultaneously being translated into, a variety of languages. So whether it be for any public service, so, whether it is financial inclusion or healthcare or anything, or for that matter, like you were mentioning, a company to reach out to a larger customer base and a customer set, this will clearly leapfrog, the proverbial sort of laying the pipes to get to, where you want to get to. But what CP mentioned is what's going to hold us back, that if we do not invest public infrastructure or public spending, public-private spending in large data sets, in a language model that is, a large language model that is created in India, either we will get left behind or it will become too expensive for our citizens and our companies and our businesses over here to kind of do that. At least that's my view. There are a lot of people over here who are using those large language models today, but I don't think there'll be a point in time very soon where you will end up, paying a lot of money for it and so on and so forth. And in any case, unless you have really massive data sets, you will not be able to train your models as well. So, CP might have a view on this.
Again, Aditya, I can only amplify what you just said. Most of us have been using a search utility. It could be Microsoft, it could be any other company. Now, the moment the search utility is combined with, and people started saying around that search utilities that the libraries will become extinct. Because you could do a fair amount of your research, you could read your books, or you could do whatever you wanted to, your newspapers, but the reality is that the hybrid model existed. Now take a step forward today. Now there are search utilities or the chat GPTs or the LLMs, the way you want to call them, have started becoming so sophisticated that they're not only allowing you to ask a question, but they're also giving you answers, anticipated answers, and context and various scenarios around it. So I think it is an evolution. And that's why this evolution, when it lands into the hands of everybody, it creates that equilibrium. So that's why I personally believe that for us as humans, that's what we started the conversation with, that instead of fighting that there is a new tool in town, we should fight it. My belief is we should embrace it. We should actually set ambitious targets for ourselves to adopt it. We should actually do courses on prompt engineering because it means asking the right questions will make you more efficient. So I think we just should amplify it.
It's interesting, just before we move on, a quick show of hands from the audience. How many of you all have used ChatGPT or Google Gemini or any such similar tool?
You should ask them who uses every day.
Okay, there Aditya's question. Who uses it every day?
Uses it every day in some form or the other.
Wow, that is a major majority, right?
And I'm pretty sure lots of companies have their MISs already plugged into some kind of, whether it's a co-pilot or something other. See how many people are nodding their head.
Wow, okay. So this is the right audience. All the lovely social media companies that tell us about targeting, we know we're speaking to the right audience. But what's interesting over here is that, Mr. Gurnani, you were mentioning when you're typing it in and the AI really figuring out what the output's supposed to be like. One of the early Instagram developers and founders said that when they wanted to promote more activity on their social media, even when we were thinking of posting and we just had a photo in the library, they'd already uploaded it on their servers so that you got a seamless experience And if you chose not to post it, it never showed up. You chose to post it, it was a matter of seconds, irrespective of bandwidth. But coming back to that point, Mr. Gurnani, we talk about the software, and that's really cool and swanky and glamorous. But what about the hardware when we talk about the AI revolution here in India especially? What about quantum compute? Jensen Huang was here a few weeks ago, and he spoke to us, and he told us about how his conversations with the establishment are all about why India should not only be exporting talent for AI, we should be manufacturing intelligence. Is that better said as a headline, or is there a way to walk the talk, Mr. Gurnani?
So I'm going to first relate to what you started talking about, Instagram and photos. We all read the same news, Australia banning social media for under 16. Now, if you ask an average, at least I asked my driver, how many reels does he see every day? I mean, his answer was maybe 200. Now, my point is the way content is being consumed has changed. My point is that we all saw OTT versus the theaters.
Yes.
We all started visualizing the way content will get created in future. I actually met one of the content producers. He said he's looking at creating a series of 2-minute films. And it will be like 50 films. And I'm like thinking, I mean, it takes me, 2 minutes to say good morning and set the context. I mean, how do you create a series around 2-minute films? So my point again is the way we consume and the way we function, unless we correlate it to any offering that we make, I think we are missing something.
Okay.
Now, the second point, which was
about India exporting talent for the tech revolution and now the AI revolution. But what about us really making this India, this beautiful country, a hub of that innovation?
I think, again, it's a very beautiful point, and I think it's not an either-or situation. I think we all know that a car on the road today is about 500, 600 IoT or semiconductor devices. Because whether it's a tire pressure, whether it's an oil gauge, I mean, there are about 500 semiconductor devices. Similarly, if you look at the power that is there in a Tesla car, it is equivalent to a data center of yesterday. So it is very clear is that ultimate aim is for a user to be able to efficiently use the process or a system. So if an NVIDIA Jensen comes in and he says we should be exporting intelligence, all he's saying is we have the hardware.
Come and buy it.
If you guys build the use cases on top of it, then there are millions of use cases, right from traffic light management to the lawyer management and hopefully the 5 crore legal cases also. So there is a lot more use cases that are there. And if we continuously develop the domain LLM, if we continuously develop specific LLMs, I think India will be in a unique position. Sandeep has just walked in. Sandeep and I were talking. It is not going to be about only NVIDIA's GPUs. It has to be married with quantum computing because the need for data processing is increasing so much that it has to be hybrid. Because if we start anticipating all the content that we are creating, all the data that we are churning, we would need thousands of quant engineers. We will not only need just the AI use cases, and I think hardware and software will have to live together. Our advantage is software. Hence, yes, we should be focusing on intelligence.
Aditya, that's interesting. But if you're talking about hardware and software being together for this revolution, we have a little bit of time left. You've had a fantastic career, like I said, from law to aviation to what you're doing in travel tech, working with the government of India. Now, if you look at what AI is doing, and this is the biggest AI conference taking place here, today, and we're all part of this occasion. What are the top 2 or 3 sectors where you think there will be tectonic shifts, disruptions because of AI here in India especially?
I'll try to answer that question slightly in a nuanced way. Sure. I think there'll be many sectors where this will be sort of prevalent, like before we even realize it'll be there. Whether it is customer segmentation for D2C companies and so on and so forth, whether it is better manufacturing, productivity, etc. From my world, I mean, Airbus, Boeing, especially in the last few years, where they were trying to, as they were coming out of the pandemic, they were trying to do demand forecasting and supply chain and so on and so forth to be able to, figure out how many airplanes they should be manufacturing to, better safety and so on and so forth. These things will happen. I think there will be, when you talk about tectonic shift, it'll probably happen in industries which are otherwise a little bit hard to, for people to accept that change. For example, healthcare, right? I mean, even today, even the most sophisticated people will run to a doctor and not run to a machine, even though we all understand that the machine has been able to kind of look at data sets from like literally trillions of data sets to give you a solution. From my world, I think, like I said, today we can drop bombs which are pilotless, but to carry one human being which is pilotless, we know the technology exists, we know it is reachable, but I think we are a little bit afraid of that, right? But the tectonic shifts, I think, will happen in healthcare, education, financial inclusion, and dare I say travel, because anything where there is a large amounts of friction, because there are a lot of like interchanges, a lot of interlinkages. I think artificial intelligence allows you, and I'm using that in the kind of broadest sense of the word, allows you to make it a more and more frictionless frictionless journey, and that's where that tectonic shift will happen.
Mr. Gurnani, since Aditya mentioned a bunch of sectors out there, very quickly, we have very limited time, but I'm bowling you a slow ball here. So I need one headline at least. And the reason I ask you that is, doesn't that become very important? Why should we be scared? Not of AI, of AGI, or ASI, artificial superintelligence. A lot of the questions that need to be answered in the sectors that Aditya mentioned could probably come out of AGI or ASI.
I mean, like, how do you create headlines when you 100% agree? So all I can tell you.
CP Gurnani agrees with Aditya Ghosh is a big headline.
Yeah. There you go.
So I think in perspective, there is only thing I can request everyone is that it's like when we had a VCR, we didn't know how to use anything other than the play and the record buttons. Similarly, all the cell phones we have, we don't know how to use all the features. With AI, don't make that mistake. It's a good tool. Please use it. Please take advantage of what it has to offer.
Please take advantage of what this panel has to offer and embracing the AI revolution. A huge round of applause. Put your hands together for Aditya Ghosh and CP Gurnani. I'm hoping our application for mentorship has been successful.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Moving on, our next session is titled AI for India, Imagining an Inclusive Future. The questions we're posing is, how can AI empower every corner of India? This session is about exploring how tailored AI solutions can transform lives, strengthen innovation, and position India as a global leader in ethical AI. To take things forward, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today. A huge round of applause, please, who will introduce our next session. And he's joined on stage by Sandeep Patel, MD, IBM India and South Asia, AI for India, Imagining an Inclusive Future. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Ayush. I know that while Sana does a good job, no one can beat you at your job. So there's no chance of artificial Ayush coming on stage ever. So thank you very much for that. Sandeep, very warm welcome. Thank you very much for the time. And I'm going to request everyone in the hall to kind of settle down. We'll try and utilize these 29, 30 minutes that I have with one of the foremost technologists in India to get a perspective on AI, because through the day, through the evening today, there are multiple different conversations, so that we'll try and focus on some points. And what Sandeep and I did was to drill down and come to an agreement on what are the broad contours of our conversation. So once again, requesting everyone to settle down as I get on today's conversation with Sandeep. Sandeep, while we were chatting before this session, you said something very, very interesting. You said technology is a sutradhar. And I want you to start by expanding on that in the context of AI, because sutradhar is a timeless word. Why do you believe in that?
So let me just put it in context. When I coined this term, it was mostly because we had just come out of COVID, and clearly technology was serving as a sutradhar. It was keeping people connected. It was keeping communities connected. It was actually connecting, different countries as well. And it was driving certain services. So when I think about AI in that same context, AI in many respects is bringing technology a lot closer to everyone. So in some respects, I like to now think about, if we think about Viksit Bharat coming for 2047, this becomes, AI actually starts to herald the Naya Daur of technological revolution. And this notion of Har Ghar AI is something that we can actually make real. As a matter of fact, it is happening to a certain extent, but it is clearly something that has the power to create technology and democratize technology for the masses, for citizen services, bring it all the way down to, rural areas and make a difference in terms of how people, are equipped with the right information to make decisions themselves. We keep talking about AI as artificial intelligence. I like to think about it as augmented intelligence. It is clearly something that actually enables you to make better decisions, to be a lot more informed, and that actually can happen at any part of the society, whether it is urban, rural, and it's actually in the rural areas where you can actually do a lot more with it.
That's interesting. You can do a lot more in rural areas. We'll come to that, but I want to pick up the point about Viksit Bharat that you introduced into it. And I don't know how many here in the audience can connect with the fact that we are doing high technology discussion. We are discussing AI, which is the frontier, with a company which many decades ago was actually barred from being in India. So, how much India has come from then to now is also a testament of how much our country has changed. You said augmented intelligence. If we have to have Viksit Bharat by that deadline, it also means that we have to be Atmanirbhar India. Atmanirbhar in terms of technology, in terms of manufacturing, to a large extent Atmanirbhar in terms of energy. That is why the non-conventional renewable energy thrust that we have, and so many others. given our past experience and previous understanding that in many technology environments, India ended up becoming a user nation rather than a producer or manufacturer nation, are you confident that in AI we will not miss the bus from that particular perspective? And will that help us really achieve Viksit Bharat?
So let me make a statement, and then I'll try to give you data points to support it. I truly believe that India can become the AI capital of the world. And it can become an AI capital of the world across many different dimensions. So let me give you a couple of empirical data points. Very recently, we did a AI adoption index survey. And we basically surveyed companies around the world in terms of where they were in terms of adopting AI as a technology, not just experimentation, but also at scale. Interestingly enough, 59% of all companies that were surveyed in India, they said that they were doing something or the other with AI, which, by the way, was the highest percentage across all the countries that were surveyed. So an indicator that says 59% actually are doing something with AI. The other interesting...
There's no participation bias in this survey, right? You had an equal number of respondents, mostly...
equal number of respondents across the board, right? Different countries. And in addition to that, 27% of companies in India said that they were thinking about and they had plans to move forward with AI. So when you think about that number, what that means is this is a technology that is not only recognized, but people are doing something with it.
So almost 86% of your respondents...
They are doing something or the other with AI.
What are they doing?
So the interesting piece is that most of them are experimenting with AI. Only about 26% are doing things at scale. So the place where we have an opportunity to do a lot is to drive this at scale, not only across companies, but also at a government level, where we can use AI very effectively for citizen services, which in many respects the government is doing through the India AI mission, where they have actually allocated, I think, if I remember right, 30 to 40% of the total outlay, which is fairly significant, is for the development of use cases for commercial and citizen services. So if you bring those two pieces together and you stay the course in terms of really driving relevant use cases that can be used at scale both for commercial applications and citizen services, we truly have the ability to be one of the top in the world. Now that is one data point. Let me give you a second data point. If you look at our demographic dividend, in about 2 or 3 years, we will have the largest volume of employable youth in the country. If that demographic dividend is scaled appropriately, we can truly become the skill capital of the world for not only AI, but for any kind of technologies.
Okay, you've given me a lot to unpack, so let me try and do this bit by bit for the benefit of the audience as well as all those who are watching us across Business Today platforms. We sort of counted 86% of your respondents have something to do with AI. What about the other 14%? Are they kind of sleepwalking through it, or
they probably need to wake up pretty soon, because this is, I mean, honestly, this is here to stay. I think a lot of people ask me whether are we still in the hype phase, and you know, my contention, based on what we are seeing everywhere, and I'll give you a few examples as well, we are past the hype phase. This is here to stay, and I'll actually connect the dots to what CP was saying, that today I think if each of us, whether we are, you know, we have a technical background or not, if we don't learn to work with this technology, we are going to be, you know, it's going to get ahead of us.
Since you have this very bullish assessment, And if we were doing a stock-related discussion, we would probably see the stock react to his very bullish comments, but we're not doing that. But I want to ask you, on the other hand, there are also some doubts about whether the hype around AI has gotten ahead of reality. I've been reading international commentary on this. How would you explain that to the lay audience?
So I would, rather than trying to explain the hype around it, I will tell you what data is showing us. So this adoption index we did, we actually asked a follow-up question as to why are people not scaling AI? And there were 3 primary reasons that were highlighted. The first one was the level of trust in AI. 71% basically said that for AI to be useful, it really needed to be trusted, and they were not sure if the way they were going about it, the way the data that they were using, or the tools that were using was truly going to get them to trusted AI. And I'll touch on that in just a second. The second area that people talked about was the skills. Whether you have enough skills. And interestingly enough, there was a recent BCG and IIM Ahmedabad report that just came out, which said only 4.5% of the total world's AI professionals are in India. Now, if you think about the demographic dividend we have, and the amount of skilling that we can do to really change that number, that can be pretty significant.
Does this skilling need an engineering degree in AI, or is it an add-on layer to basic engineering qualifications or related fields?
Okay, I'm going to say something that's probably a little controversial, and a lot of people feel that you've got to be an engineer to get into AI. I actually feel it's all about aptitude and whether an individual has an aptitude. And the reason I can say that with a fair bit of conviction is 97, 98% of our CSR investment goes into skilling. And we actually, we were one of the first to offer an AI curriculum at the CBSE level for 11 and 12. And the kind of use cases that I see coming out of that cohort, who are not engineers, these are school kids. And as a matter of fact, about 2 months ago, we had our CSR annual event, and the winner there for the AI challenge that we had done was actually a group of 2 kids from school kids. One was 10-year-old. He was 10 years old, and he was paired with a senior who was probably in class 9 or 10. And they had actually created, using our platform, they had created an AI solution for testing the soil moisture and advising farmers on how much to irrigate. AI solution.
A round of applause for that.
Here we go.
We would all applaud a 13-year-old cricketer getting into IPL. We should also applaud this example of a very young person.
We have, through this program, so I'm actually very proud of this program. First time I saw these competition results, I actually had tears in my eyes, because there were girls who were in class 9 and 10 who were building drones. So to your point about, technology is such where I think if there is aptitude, we can train them.
If there is aptitude, we can train them, and that's distinct from having a formal degree. I want to go back to your statement, and you said India, Bharat can lead the world in AI. I have tracked 2 earlier technological evolutions, call it what you may. One was Y2K, and we saw the birth of and the strengthening of India's software services industry. I've also very closely tracked the initial, I would say, from the days when the first few hundred telecom towers on so-called 2G technology were laid out, and right up to the point that we see it today. The debate around AI constantly brings up this one question, and I'm reminded, I don't know how many of you follow Elon Musk on social media. If you have even the remotest interest in AI, please do follow him up. And check one of the comments that he has just made 24 hours back. Somebody said, his AI engine is going to have 1 million GPUs. He responded to that, no, it will be 1 billion. Now, Sandeep, the question is, Are we going to be a user, just as we saw we had some of the most extensive telecom networks, but very little of that being actually manufactured till a few years ago in India. Y2K, we were just a service nation working on imported machines and don't get me wrong on this, basically doing a lot of coolie coding work. In AI, are we going to be a GPU nation or are we going to be a user nation?
I think we're going to be both. And I like to put it in context of data and work that's currently going on. So I think today India is really driving the mission on AI, but in parallel, they are also driving the mission on semiconductors. Semiconductors is what will make AI happen, ultimately, through the creation of GPUs, chips, and all the rest of it. That's one side of the story. So I think if we stay our course across that, we will progress both AI and then really driving AI through the right kinds of GPUs.
But since you said semiconductors, it's not from a manufacturing point of view. We are a design powerhouse. That is absolutely 100%. But we are not manufacturing semiconductors.
But hopefully we are getting there. With where the semiconductor mission is going.
Okay. So in GPU terms, how should we understand this?
So on GPU terms, I think we look at it from two perspectives. Number one, clearly there will be the need for GPUs for this technology to run. But I think there is this notion where we are saying, we need 1 million GPUs or 1 billion GPUs. Those GPUs are predicated on the size of these language models that we are running.
Okay.
Right? So we are fascinated by these large language models. I think the era that we are starting to see this technology transition to is the era of small language models as well. So I'll give you an example. Today, your large llama models and others, they have 70 billion, parameters, trillion parameters. The more the parameters you have, and just in layman's terms, the bigger these models are and the more the parameters are, the more computing power you need to run them. The more it costs,
more energy you need.
The more energy it uses and all the rest of it. One of the things that, we have been very strongly advocating, and actually we've put it to practice, is the creation of small language models. And the way you think about it is when you need a nano to carry two people from point A to point B, you don't need to have a luxury bus to do the same thing.
So are you saying that there is a possibility of an Indian jugaad, frugal engineering around LLMs? Will there be like a India-specific model?
I think India-specific models are already happening. We have the CEO of Bhashini sitting here.
Yeah, and we'll have him on the stage just in a while.
There are several companies like startups like BharatGen and others who are building. Fractal is another one that is building smaller models. And one of the things that we have learned as we have innovated, and this is something that we do in India, for India and the world, so a lot of this development happens for us in India itself, is the creation of small language models. So we have created its whole family of granite models, which are not only small and more efficient, they are much fewer parameters, fit for purpose models. But now we are actually democratizing them by moving them to open source. Because longer term, we are of the firm belief that, just creating proprietary models is not going to work. You're going to have to put them in the hands of the developer community. So we've not only put it in open source, but, through our Red Hat platform, we've actually created a toolkit that enables developers to very quickly modify and extend these models and make them more fit for purpose for different needs and requirements.
So are you therefore also saying that analysts and journalists like me should not look at AI infrastructure from a scale point of view alone, but we should look at it as there could be very small models, there could be mid-size, and there could be possibly large-scale models?
Absolutely. What do you need it for? And what are the use cases required for?
Okay, great point on use cases. What does AI mean for the bottom 400 million, 40 crore odd people in India who continue to need a lot of social support, who are, whose socioeconomic conditions perhaps need a lot of effort. What can AI mean for that section of our society?
So I think rather than try to put it in words or theory, maybe I can share a couple of examples. So recently, through some of our CSR work, we had a solution that someone came up with, where they were offering a way for a group of artisans who are making agarbattis in the state of Rajasthan to start to look at pricing across different mandis and portals and whatnot, and then start to create websites and others automatically through to advertise their wares. That's one example. Another example is a few years ago working with AgTech, which is it's an agricultural NGO. We have actually created an AI solution that was enabling farmers to determine how they should be driving irrigation, based on weather data, based on weather patterns, what kind of soil moisturization was there, how they should drive irrigation. But not only that, start to look at price comparatives across mandis that were close to them using geospatial things, and then figure out where they should go and sell their produce, right? So these are the kinds of things that will benefit the common man in many ways. And when you pair that up with language models, like Bhashini and others, you actually start to speak the language of people that, in India, depending on where they live and how they want to communicate.
I'm going to ask this point later on, that what are the various regional language terms for AI. We'll get that in the next session. So let's go back to the point that you made for the common man. Government policy, both at the center and states, has this absolutely open desire to serve the common man. There are political payoffs as well. In terms of the government focus, the central government's focus, and if you want to also share a state example, please feel free to do that. What are they doing to make the most of this moment that you said, can make us a pivotal force in AI across the world?
So I think the way the India AI mission has been structured at a government level, I think is very smart. I think what they've done is they've divvied up the focus across the creation of infrastructure, so having the right level of GPUs and others so that we are not left behind, if you will. Second is promoting startups and others so that we are driving that level of talent and capability in country. But most importantly, I think where there is a significant focus is the development of use cases that can be used for commercial as well as citizen services use. So I think the focus on use cases and using this technology for things that can truly scale is the way I think we will move it forward. While we are on the government and what we are doing there, I think the other area where there is a lot of emphasis, not only at the government level, but also across private enterprise, is this notion of responsible AI. I sort of always say that responsible AI is responsible business. And by that, I mean ensuring that data provenance is there. You know where the data has come from that you're using in your AI. Your results need to be explainable, which means the algorithms and the models and others that you're using, they need to have a level of transparency where you can explain the outcomes that you are looking at. And last, which is, I think, going to become very important as this technology matures, is it needs to be free from bias. It needs to be free from negative bias. And that collectively is going to be really important. So I know that there's a lot of work that the government's doing in terms of policy development around this space. We are firm believers that you should not regulate the technology in itself and the algorithms, but you should hold model developers accountable for how the models are built and how the technology is used. But I think this is an area which will require a lot more development for it to be trusted and used at scale.
How close do you think, from a policy finalization point of view, is India to coming up with a framework, maybe phase one of a framework, because it will evolve as we go along? When do you think that is likely to happen?
I think it's imminent. I think it's already happening. There's a lot of activity going on in terms of, data, the data bill that is been in discussion. I think the Reserve Bank recently came out with a draft directive talking about how the banking community and the financial services community using AI will need to have a level of governance around it. So I think the movement is there. There are clearly other jurisdictions that have done a lot more in this space, but I think India is actually very close behind.
What's the closest jurisdiction that could be a sort of template for an Indian model?
I think that's a unfair question to unfair thing to compare. But look, there's I think in Europe there are several jurisdictions who are doing it. US, it's a lot more federated than anything else. But there are jurisdictions in Europe that have moved forward, which I think the key is we should be looking at what are elements that can relate. But it ultimately boils down to how do you drive responsible AI that can be used at scale for commerce and citizen services.
Okay, one final question. We have literally 70 seconds on the clock. If you could turn the clock back in your own life to 30, 40 years ago, when you began your career, when you sort of finished school and engineering, what would you do now to be able to benefit and take the most sort of advantage from the AI boom?
Actually, one of the things I always reminisce about, and by the way, I'm not an engineer. I'm a chartered accountant that's that's learned technology over the years. But I think one of the things that each of us could have done is had that urge and hunger to do something that was not mainstream. I think one of the things I've learned through this CBSE curriculum that we've introduced for 11, 12, it's an elective, right? It's an elective. Every time all of us, if all of you, and I go back to what CP was saying, if you are not tinkering with AI and then ultimately technologies like quantum and others, start to learn about it, because it's here and it's going to move at a much more exponential phase than when we all were growing up.
Absolutely, and learning never stops. And I have learned one new title and possibly another session in the future sometime, AI for Viksit Bharat. And thank you for seeding that idea about how India could lead in the AI era, the confidence and the clarity of your thoughts. I appreciate that, and thank you very much from behalf of Business Today and India Today for taking out the time. Sandeep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely
With that, it's a wrap.
conversation.
We'll be back. Ayush, over to a real intelligent anchor.
I must say this, Siddharth, I was absolutely envious that you got to do this session and you did such an amazing job and kept us entertained and really did engage us. A huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Sandeep Patel and our editor at Business Today, Siddharth Zarabi. Now, it's tough to really outdo the previous session, but we wanted to do things a little differently for this one. You can expect that with me on stage. We wanted to do things in a little bit more of an artsy way. Let me give you a little bit of an introduction, and then we'll get to the crux of it. The real heads up I can give you is that the session is titled, if you've already been scanning your QR codes, and Sana, my dear friend, has been telling you all about what the agenda will present to you. You have engineering, imagination, AI, and the artist. And Siddharth, I think Sana does a better job at explaining these ones. So we thought, how can we really level up the lovely team that is behind Sana, Vibhor, and team here at the India Today Group? how can we really level up on how Sana would do this introduction, right? So the way we thought we would do this is show you a little bit of art. We're here at this iconic venue known for its arts and culture, and today also technology. I'm not quite sure if AI could do this faster, but very quickly, a quick show of hands. How many of you guys ever invested in an NFT when it was the rage? Just one person. I'm glad this is an audience that knows exactly how to spend their money. I'm going to be showing you a bunch of things here on stage, and then you shall tell me what you think is the common thread with them. Let's start off with the first one. While we do figure out our AI piece over here, I want all of you all also, you are the very fortunate few who could make it here to the conference and attend it here in person. We're also broadcasting this on social media. So please, before I show this to you, do go onto the Business Today and India Today pages. On Business Today especially, there is a live stream and you'll have all the big moments as reels, and like Mr. Gurnani was saying, the number of reels that we'll be populating across our social media platforms and, of course, all over across the India Today group. Can we have the first video, please?
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
All right, I promise you this is not AI generated. Very quickly, before we do get this going, because I promise you it's going to be worth it. I asked you earlier, how many of you all have used AI for ChatGPT or Google Gemini? How many of you all have used it to generate an image? Quick show of hands. Fantastic. It should be AI labeled, I hope. How many of you all have used it to generate a video or one? Okay, wow. I'm feeling not as tech savvy as everyone here in the audience. What if I told you that there are artists around the world and tech companies around the world who are trying to do just that? And more importantly, we have 4 of them here in this room. We have 4 of them here in this room who are powering that revolution, along with the guys at Flam as well, who've done the cool stuff on the QR codes. I'm going to try one last time, because the one thing I've learned covering technology over these years is that it can't always be trusted, but we're going to try one last time with the video. Okay. Abhishek Razdan, why don't you join me on stage while we get this going together? Co-founder and CEO at Avatar Meta Labs, our first guest for this session. Please have a seat. We also have with us Pratik Arora, an AI artist. A huge round of applause. Fabin Rashid, artist and digital art consultant, joining us all the way from Dubai. A huge round of applause, please. And Dipankar Mukherjee, director and CEO at Studio Blow. A huge round of applause. Okay, you know what, when we do get those videos going, we might have to do that as our closing comments, boys. But the reason I was saying this is that often you see a lot of us using these iPads and a lot of these tablets for art. But y'all are doing some of the coolest things when it comes to using AI and tech for art. Dipankar, what I find fascinating is that you are putting a lot of us in the creative world out of a job because you create the most genuine videos, and I'll show you a clip of it, where you don't need a cameraman. And all the cameramen are angry over there because You managed to do all of this much before OpenAI and the others come up with Sora. And then you also managed to put a dash of a human touch there. How does it work at Studio Blow?
Hey, thanks. Very glad to be here. So number one, you're completely wrong. Humans don't need to fear us. We are a very human company. The only people who should possibly hate us are camera manufacturers, right? Because we believe that AI replaces the camera and not the people behind it. And therefore we bring in cinematographers, cameramen, editors, production designers to come together and work with our AI technologists, our script writers, etc., to create cinematic videos, ad films, music videos, create photorealistic content for automobile companies, fashion houses, etc. And we are going global. We have our content out there to consume everyone. We've started about a year back, the first real big piece of stuck with the national anthem.
Super. You know, the stuff I was trying to show you earlier, and I promise you I will, maybe at the end of this session, while our tech team is at work, because you guys are out here on stage, so we need all the tech support that we can get. But Abhishek, it's interesting because you are responsible for a virtual influencer. Everyone wants to become an influencer nowadays, but his team has come up with a virtual influencer with thousands of followers. My concern is how many people,
Lakhs.
lakhs of followers, how many people actually fall for, you know, these sort of influencers thinking this is the real thing?
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ayush. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can be a little louder.
Yeah.
Or we'll just make sure AI comes in with Adobe and pumps it up.
Yeah. So we have created India's first AI influencer called Naina. I mean, you can check her out on Instagram or YouTube. She has close to 400,000 followers on Instagram and more than 120K subscribers on YouTube. So at Avatar Meta Labs, what we realized initially, like a couple of years back, that AI is like magical, you know, I mean, when it comes to storytelling. There are so many things which you couldn't do earlier, or, you know, you thought, oh, wish I could do it. So I'll give you three things. First, you can create a tailor-made narrative. So you can create a persona as per your requirement. You identify a need gap, whether it's entertainment or information or any other, you know, category. Then you create a persona right from face, voice, tonality, you know, characteristics, whatever you want to. So you have a tailor-made persona, and this persona can be, you know, used for multiple things. Second, they are polyglots. So the AI technology facilitates, you know, you to make your character speaks in as many languages as you want to. And when it comes to mass communication, in India, we always struggle, you know, taking Hindi or English content to regional, you know, areas. Here you can have one character, you know, who can reach out to all India without any hassle. Thirdly, they are ageless, so they do not age. Therefore, you continue catering to a similar kind of audience. What happens with, you know, actors or influencers is they age and then they start catering to a completely different subset. Here, you are catering to the same subset. And I can also have them, you know, omnipresent. So I can have those characters present at more than one location. So there are multiple advantages we saw in the beginning. Now what we also see, it's a huge opportunity for Indians and Indian creators to take their, you know, content to the globe. Because with AI face swap, AI language translation and many more technology, it's very easy to create in certain production hubs and then cater multi-country. So there are, you know, a few companies I see who are already started catering to 230 countries using AI tools.
Okay, okay. Now, you're no stranger to the thousands of followers, and another gentleman with us on stage is also very popular on Instagram for something that I learned about today. It's called Indo-futurism. Please ask Sana about that, because Indo-futurism is what you specialize in, and you are the artist who actually gets the followers. There's no AI there, at least in terms of that profile. That is managed by you, no matter how much AI you use.
Yeah.
So tell us more about it, and tell us a little bit about using AI to generate pieces and works of art.
First, thanks for having me here in this super historic venue. It's interesting to talk about something so futuristic in something so historic. So I've been using this new emergent medium of AI art for the past couple of years to do storytelling and like visual art in a few specific directions. Science fiction, horror, fantasy, anything kind of beyond the ordinary that that's always been my interest growing up, and I didn't really see much of it in like Indian pop culture. And then sort of the unique power of AI to visualize seemingly impossible things while making them super real was to me like a big creative unlock. I realized that you can use these tools to almost have a parallel way to tell visual stories that don't need to take years and years to produce or a team of 100 people to do. So you can almost work as an individual artist, like, you know, writers write books. Now individuals can do big, complex visual stories using these tools. And because I was very interested, one, in science fiction since I was a kid, but also being thrown into this world of where art and technology are meeting, you start thinking about more things, and specifically, what are the various aspects of how technology is going to affect life in India in the next few years. So a lot of thinking around, okay, where are we going, intersected with the art that I was trying to do, and I think that moment in time led to the sort of emergence of this genre that we now call Indo-futurism. I didn't coin the word. I've been lucky that I was early, so I think that gets associated with my work. But in a nutshell, it's storytelling or content or imagination about the future of India, or how India deals with the future, how India deals with technology, how India deals with changes in culture and society, in a time of accelerating change, of which AI technology is also a big part. Sorry, I don't know if I did a good job of that, but...
No, you did. You did a fantastic job. But what I want to understand is a lot of young people will be watching this on YouTube. Snippets of it will be publicized and go viral on Instagram, media that you are very used to. Fabin, very simple question. If I'm young, I'm talented, I understand prompt engineering, I understand how AI delivers output, does this make money? Can this be a career for me?
Yeah, maybe. So first of all, thank you for having me here. And just a quick introduction about myself. I am an engineer turned designer turned artist from India, currently based out of Dubai. To answer your question, I really go back to the whole area of NFTs itself. I hope you are the person who raised his hand has collected one of my works.
There's only one gentleman right there who's ever purchased an NFT. He's still proudly saying it.
Yeah, so to answer your question, really, yes, it is possible in this era to actually make make income out of your own generated images through just a prompt. But now the real question is that what you really want to do as an artist? Is that the baseline that you're keeping it, or are you going to build on top of that and make new avenues of expression? New avenues of creative expression. So that's the question we really ask. So in my own process, I kind of seep in all of these technologies into different areas, and I usually don't just generate an image. I use a mixture of a lot of pipelines together to generate a final output. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
I'm going to put myself in the crosshairs there, because the old Indian proverb and the way they approach it here is obviously been, bacha, doctor, lawyer, engineer banega. You did become an engineer, now you move to this side of it, right? So would you say that because you're using so much of code, you understand where exactly to use the AI, where to use the tech, right? There are parts of your art which it's a good hybrid between just creativity and tech for you. So does it help that you are an engineer? So I'm guessing that it's a safe space to be.
Absolutely, absolutely. To me, I call it creative technology. And there is also this whole domain of creative technologists outside, there's jobs and everything, but the advantage for me is to have an engineering background which includes both electronics and computer science. So I get to understand a lot of these things and to work with these things. But having said that, that doesn't mean that a person who is new to these technologies can't adopt it, as much as even how much I've explored. So it really is possible for everyone, is what I would say.
And Ayush, you would remember there was a time jab hum bolte the ki internet seekh lo, it's gone. So that's the same thing. We are in a nascent stage, and therefore there is a thing of learn prompt engineering, learn how to use AI, but very soon it will be mainstay.
I want to add one point. I think, today, it's become so easy. Rahul can also create an avatar for himself using Hagen, and it can become your, content assistant. So it's becoming very easy. I'm 100% sure that in a year's time, everybody, who is trying to create any form of content will have their own avatar. And those avatars will be able to talk in, multiple Indian languages as well. So suddenly you will start reaching out to much more people than what you are doing right now.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, if you're coming up with AI avatars and AI-generated content, a lot of social media companies, which we'll touch upon in the next few sessions, require you to label it as AI-generated content. But Dipankar, I've seen some of your videos, and I hope we can show them to the audience in a bit. For the life of me, even if I put my magnifying glasses on, I cannot tell that that is AI-generated. That becomes a little bit of a cause for concern. And I'll tell you why, because I want to ask you about, what about intellectual property there, right? What if someone believes that these data sets that it was trained on is someone's invasion of privacy? One man's trash could be another man's treasure. How do you really walk the talk over there?
Yeah, great question. In fact, we pride ourselves in being a distribution-ready, IP-cleared content company, and we believe in ethical AI. And there are different layers and levels to how you achieve that. Number one is, it's a given that yes, LLM is trained on a massive data set of existing images. As a user of those tools, it's important that, number one, you don't reference, because when you're creating a new image, you can always reference it with an existing image. So you don't reference IP content, number one. Whatever is generated, so we have our own proprietary workflow which automatically reverse image searches and figures out if there is any clash anywhere across the internet, right? And the other thing is...
This is all natively happening within Studio Flow.
It's part of our workflow, right? And the other thing that we are doing very interestingly is, in the music video, I hope the audience gets to see it, there are real actors there, right? And so the two of them are pop stars, and one of them is a model actress. All of them have consent. We have their consent. And we are also very strictly bound by a document which says we can't reuse it beyond that project, right? And those are local data sets and not going back to the LLM. So,
yeah, I mean, my point of view is slightly different. I think after having really thought about it for 2 years, because as an artist, you're confronting this question every day, right? The question of ownership and authorship. Otherwise, how can you call it your own, right? I think, and I'm not a lawyer, so this is obviously not legal advice, but in the principle of it, having thought about how these tools work and having used them, I think training is and should qualify as fair use, and it seems like that's the consensus that's forming around the world. Because look, the fundamental difference is, and a big misconception that somehow still persists, is that when a chat GPT is trained on something, or let's say I use an image tool called Midjourney, if it's trained on all of the visual information of the world and I am using it to create something, it is somehow grafting or collaging elements from various specific files in the data set, and hence you are in you're in risky territory IP-wise. I don't think that's the case. It's such a new technology that it'll take some time to translate. I'll give you an example. So let's say I want to use an app, the basicest of all AI image tools. We've all, even Instagram has it on its chatbot now to generate an image. So I want to generate an image of a cat on a skateboard, right? Now these tools work at a conceptual level. This specific AI image model has learned or has been taught what a cat is. It's been taught what a skateboard is. And the innovation there is that it's able to blend concepts. So predictively, it can figure out what a cat on a skateboard might look like. But it's not actually picking up images of cats on skateboards because they might not exist, right? So it's a conceptual model that learns everything about the world, including visual information, and then based on how you guide it, creates what is a completely novel image. And here's the thing, even if either unintentionally or intentionally you use these tools to commit copyright infringement, law still exists. So for the example I like to use is, if I kind of copy a Disney character on Photoshop, or by illustrating it with my hand, or through an AI tool, doesn't matter, it's still a Disney character. I can't claim ownership on it based on the tool, and if I'm intending to commit copyright infringement, it's still copyright infringement. The tool almost doesn't matter. I think, so this is the one big communication challenge that all of the AI tools are still facing, for people to understand that it's not a collage machine, it's not a remix machine, it's a conceptual understanding of the world that the creators then use to create something completely original.
You put it really well there, but the reason I asked that is because when we cover technology, and when Sora was the talk of the town, Dipankar, and I want to understand where your product comes in with the difference. when the CTO of OpenAI, the company that runs ChatGPT, was quizzed in a television interview as to what are the data sets, where are these images and videos coming from? Are they trained on my social media? If I'm doing a dinner with my partner, or if I am celebrating my father's birthday, are these images eerily similar with a paintbrush effect? To which the CTO didn't have an answer, right? And I think that baffled a lot of us, worried a lot of us. So to come back to that, Dipankar, what you do is also very, very realistic. But then the difference there is that there's a huge element of human intervention. So it's humans plus AI that's making Studio Blow unique. Is that the right way to assess it?
Absolutely. We pride ourselves in being human-machine-made content. And I agree with Prateek because he comes also from an artist's perspective, right? Think of graffiti artists, think of hip-hop artists who name names, name brands, sample across, right? And it's a unique creation, but we are completely into commercial content, and in commercial content, there is a challenge. If you reference somebody's style, it will be plagiarism, right? But I'm just coming back to his point.
Because I don't think styles, like literally in copyright law, you can't copyright a style. You can copyright an image, but
I don't think about the...
So for example, Disney can't copyright the Pixar style of animation because I feel like, and they shouldn't, because that's very anti-artist, it's very anti-creativity, it's very anti-originality.
I mean, yeah, but like we worked with Disney and they don't want any other style to be.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think anyone should be able to copyright styles because then where does it end, right? How do you then say that, okay, something you created is so similar to one movie 20 years ago?
Yeah.
I feel like that's as anyone who's a creator, I think we should be worried of styles being copyrightable because one, they're always dynamic. Two, no one's style is created in isolation. The styles that emerged out of Disney were from so many inputs over so many years. So if you start, basically what I think is if you start legislating inputs or in any creative process, then it just opens up a Pandora's box that I don't think is healthy. Because even as an individual, if I create something and intentionally or unintentionally it's similar to some style, someone can say, hey, but your input and your inspiration is now my copyright.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? That's a tricky territory.
Ayush, we are in the Napster era of AI content today.
Okay.
Right? We are in the Napster era. Yeah. And I think a lot of companies, including ours, are essentially working towards becoming the Spotify to kind of...
Yes. And in that meandering path from Napster, you go to Kazaa Lite, Aries Lite, and all the P2P LimeWire platforms that came and went.
Sorry, I have to make this one very small
Please, go
point.
for it.
I think both I appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, but I respectfully disagree. Sampling and again, Napster, there were discrete pieces of copyrighted content being redistributed as is. But more with AI, it's more like if I'm a young music producer and I say over the course of one summer, I'm going to listen to 10,000 hip hop songs and become a rapper.
Yeah.
That's what AI is. It's not like if I'm saying that I'm burning bootlegs of rap DVDs and selling them in Palika Bazaar. Yes, absolutely, that's illegal. But me listening to 100 great rap albums of all time and then making my own is not illegal. That's inspiration. And that's what's happening at much bigger scale. And the scale of it is what is kind of disruptive, which is why there's so much resistance to the idea of this is not a remix or collage machine, basically.
Okay, I'm loving how this is turning out to be a nice television debate. We love that here at the India Today group. But what I will want to show you now is that our tech and the tech gods are shining upon us. So I want to show the first video right behind us, and then we'll talk about it as well, because you need some visual cues as well. Can we have the first video, please?
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
है भीगा मौसम नमसी ठंडी आंधी लेकिन तुम नहीं हो तो मैं रो के भीगूं या भीग के रो फर्क किसे करता है
Okay. So the person who's responsible for this video sat on the edge over there. Dipankar, you're telling me are there real models being used here? What about the music? Are we infringing any IP? I'll have to inform my social media team right now, yeah?
No, that's Rochak Kohli, possibly a 52 million streams in the Spotify rap this year. That's his song. He's collaborating with the rapper Panther. So those are two real people whose faces have been used here. Quite similar to how It's happening at his company. And the other model that you see, the astronaut, she goes to Mars and does some crazy stuff. She's also an actual model. Again, all consensual. Yeah.
Super. All right. The next cue, since we have 4 panelists, we need the second piece of content playing, and then I will ask the questions.
आपके लिए चैलेंज है मेरी तरफ से हम जेंजी है तो मैं कोई डायलॉग्स बोलूंगी आप भैया जी की तरह भोजपुरी में बताएंगे
ठीक है
ओके सो फर्स्ट इज आई लव माय न्यू स्नीकर्स
चपला बड़ा नीक लागे
नेक्स्ट इज आई स्लेड एट द पार्टी लास्ट नाइट
हाड़िए दिए पार्टी में हम
Okay, very quickly, we could pause that. Quick show of hands. How many of y'all would have consumed that as a normal video, like a Bollywood interview here at the India Today group? What if I told you that that was a virtual influencer created by the gentleman sitting right beside me? Abhishek, what on earth is happening there? Is that Naina? Because I follow her on Instagram.
So Naina is India's first AI superstar influencer. And the only one who is working with INB Ministry also. So we are part of the Create in India initiative where we are promoting skills to develop, AI avatars. So there is an AI avatar challenge which is being conducted, and the finale will happen at Bharat Mandapam, in Delhi, along with many other events. She is the only AI influencer who has created content with and interviewed many celebrities, like you saw Manoj Vajpayee ji over here. She can speak in multiple languages. So, and the next step for her is to get on TV and acting roles, which we are working on, which we are very close to getting on Big Boss. So that conversation keeps on going, but it hasn't materialized yet. But I see that happening very, very soon. So we've started with this, but the idea over here is to get into pure play long form content also, create fiction, and then have your own content channel, and then use various tools, language tools. You can create an all AI film also in future, because currently all these tools are very slow. To create a full-fledged 30-second, 40-second AI film takes a month, to be honest. So we follow a mix of traditional pipeline, but the future is huge, and AI will create a lot of millionaires, billionaires coming out of India.
Okay, we've seen a couple of videos and something that can make you a millionaire or a billionaire or a crorepati. Can we see a still image as well? Okay. Fabin, have you got to put your hands up, because this is looking like a work of art. Is this worth crores of rupees, and what's the story here? Where's the AI? Where's the tech?
All right, so I don't know if it is worth crores of rupees.
Not yet.
No.
Maybe.
Hopefully. But the idea is really, I work in the area of art tech, as well as touching on themes of philosophy and consciousness. So a lot of my work relates towards, and presently relates towards subconscious imageries, where I investigate dreams, mental images, mental visualization, etc. And I try to create 3D sculptures, AI-based generative code, and code-based art, etc. And all of this translates into a set of works which actually questions the larger questions, right? I feel consciousness is the final frontier for that matter. So why are we here? What is the purpose of all of this, etc. So these are the kind of questions I ask in many of these, and there's a lot of relation to mental health also in some of these works. Just to point towards 3 things quickly.
Yes.
So we talked about AI influencers. Back in 2018, I created with a friend of mine an AI artist, which is autonomously creating art by itself and posting to Instagram. And it went into a collaboration with Microsoft and exhibited at Florence Biennale. But one interesting thing that came out of it was when we were about to exhibit it at Florence Biennale, they asked us, we kept the artist name as the AI artist name. They said, no, that's not possible. We want a human behind the artwork.
Okay.
Second thing, Dipankar talked about human-machine. So one of my explorations into human-machine, I called it human-machine imaginarium. It was an exploration into seeing what an AI an AI, an LLM imagine. So when GPT-2 released, me and my wife, we in tandem asked GPT-2 to generate an image, what it imagines. And then we try to paint it out and see how that translates into it. And finally, just a word on, I'm not talking about the legal part or the copyright part, but on how I approach copyright, or this is how, I don't know if I am the creator. I feel that creation just happens. And I feel that we are all standing on the shoulders of giants of the past. And so are we really releasing works which, we can claim a lot of ownership over?
Okay.
So the question really is, so I release most of my work as CC0, which is Creative Commons License 0, so that anyone can do anything with it, except, for ABC purposes. But that's the thing, right? Air is an open thing. It's for everyone.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Prateek, the last one comes to you while the image plays out over there. $1 million question, and the lawyers will get involved with this as well.
Right.
Marvel or DC? No, I'm just joking, seeing your shirt over there. But tell us more about indoor futurism very quickly, and then we're going to open up to the audience for questions, so keep them ready. We're going to be coming to you shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, just growing up, I'm a child of the 90s. I was born in 1990. I saw all of this kind of Hollywood movie influence start. I used to watch like Independence Day and Terminator 2 like 6 times a month on Star Movies, etc. Ultimately, when I sort of came into Mumbai, into the entertainment industry, there was a lot of genres that were like unexplored, right? But I wanted to tell. So for various structural reasons, I wasn't finding a way to make that as a movie or make that as a streaming series. I feel like with AI, and I think that's the theme for the creative arts, it's like an unlock, and it's like we're leapfrogging entire generations of evolution and being able to tell more interesting, more original, more unique, and more global stories much faster. And so Indofuturism came out of that moment. And what's very exciting for me, because I felt it happen to me, is that this is going to be like a massive unlock for just the creative imagination of the country.
Right.
Once upon a time, if you wanted to tell a story, you had to move to one of the media cities. That changed with YouTube, that changed with Reels, and it's changed. Now with AI, it's going to get like supercharged. So imagine, right now, the YouTube business model only allows for a certain level of content production, because that's what you can make back. But in like 3 years, if teams of 5 kids in high school or after class or after college can make films that look as good as like a Marvel movie, that meaningfully changes it, right? So they don't have to move to Mumbai anymore. And I think that's great because, our industries haven't really been the most welcoming places for new talent of any kind. So I think this is going to create so many creators who will not want to wait for the gatekeepers, and they'll just create what they can. Their audiences will power them, and people will see that this is working. And then the gatekeepers will now come to them saying that, how do we work with you? I think that's a very good inversion that's much needed for our creative ecosystem. That's what I'm most excited about. And that's the impulse behind basically everything I do.
Fantastic answer. Marvel it is, though.
Marvel it is for now.
Open it up to the audience. Do we have any questions? With a quick show of hands, please raise your hand if you have a question. I have one right at the back. That's a very good sign. Straight there, up on the right. AI, art, intellectual property. What these guys are doing on video, multimedia. Please, do introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Puneet Arya. So I keep an interest in the AI art. I have used ideogram as well. So my question is if we generate AI art, so is there a way that we can monetize it while uploading it online based on maybe views or the number of sales, any good platforms?
So I think, firstly you should participate in Create in India Challenge. One of the categories where they're asking for entries is AI art installations. I think it will be a great platform for you to showcase your talent. And if you're selected, you can, we'll be there at the event in Delhi. So I think a lot of things will, open up for you. As far as monetization is concerned, let Dipankar answer that.
Yeah, we are hungry for people who are ready to do work. But on a better note, like Abhishek is also saying, sign up for Midjourney. Lots of Midjourney global competitions going on. Even, places like Fiverr, etc. They're all looking for AI prompters and artists.
And I think, look, I have been doing that for the past couple of years. Ultimately, think of it as any new creative medium. Rather than a gimmick to quickly monetize, I think that's where when something's new, you get excited. So for example, I have exhibited my AI work at India Art Fair a couple of years. I've had a solo exhibition. I was at Art Mumbai last year. I've exhibited in Milan. But that has only happened when I started like working with a gallery who asked me really tough questions that, okay, the tool is okay. What are you trying to say with it, right? So like any medium, you have to ask yourself the question is that, why do this at all? If you had to become a filmmaker or a photographer or a painter. So once you find that, then there are like either you can go down like working with brands, you can work as an artist, you can use it to create videos and then tell stories on YouTube, you can create digital avatars, but ultimately first ask yourself why you want to do this. The money is like, if you do it well, it'll follow, basically.
Fabin?
And finally, the mediums. You can sell it as prints, you can sell it as brand collaborations, NFTs, a lot of mediums out there in which you can monetize your work.
Okay, you mentioned India Art Fair. It's very fascinating that should be an arts exhibition, but all the installations have been tech and auto for the last couple of years. I've seen people using iPads and all the art that they come up with. Is that stuff that you're also actively working on?
So India Art Fair is interesting because I think it has all of the classics and the masters, but obviously because I like that space and that kind of energy because they've got all your Hussains, but they also have like what's happening in the new wave. I don't think the full festival is about tech, but they've been friendly to newer kinds of mediums, including digital mediums. I think Apple has a pavilion there which supports new artists. I work with a gallery called Photo Inc. and they're a sort of really like legendary photography gallery. So it was interesting for them and hence for me, they said, look, what you're doing is maybe an evolution of photography because it's a photorealistic image, but it's not real. So it was a very interesting reaction and not everyone was like, loved it because they were like, you got all these legendary photographers, then there's something which is not a photograph. So it was very challenging for like a lot of old school people to see that. But I think that's why these fairs are important because new ideas can then enter that conversation of like fine art, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
We have one more question very quickly. If we could go to the gentleman in the center. There's another one if we have you have a microphone.
So guys, my name is Bhavik Dangarwala and this is regarding intellectual property. You said about old school. I come from old school, right? So we are talking of a period when there was no Data Protection Act. There was no data privacy. There was no data loss prevention. What I want to ask you guys is, do you guys see anything relevant in terms of recovery of old data or value or intellectual property for the period when no such acts or no such tools were there for data loss prevention? Do you guys, I mean, this is just out of the blue, but this is a genuine question. There'll be a lot of people, who would be having valuable data of that period and there was no way, we were protecting it. So any answers, please?
Yeah, a lot of work happening in that direction. 3 types. Type 1 being restoration of old archival content, images and video. The second being recreation or re-dramatization of incidents, anecdotes, historical events for which there has been no documentary evidence, including assassinations, including court cases, etc. And the third definitely is, you have old family, you have ancestors, you have old properties that you want to reimagine and bring back to life. AI is doing a very good job in kind of doing that.
So allow me to rephrase my question a little bit. What I'm trying to say is, in those days, there was no audit trail. Okay? So if you lost your data in some way, through the network or through a drive or whatever way, there was no way of having an audit trail or knowing, but except for knowing that, look, this is some content which is being used somewhere else. So do you guys see anything in that? There was no audit trail. There is no way to prove, right? So is that something that happens, or you guys have seen it happen at other places? Any ideas, any thoughts?
Yeah.
Very quickly, one last one.
Yeah, there is something called the Internet Archive. I think it archives a copy of all websites over a period of many, many years, and it keeps an archive of this. And it's essentially snapshots. So I think that might be one place we could explore.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you so much for being a lovely audience, and thank you for being the creative powerhouses that you are. A huge round of applause for the most artistic session of our evening. Thank you so much. I thought time commence. All right, thank you. We're going to be moving on very quickly to the next session as everyone settles down. An enthralling session awaits. Actually, a couple of more top sessions before we take a little bit of a break. Our next session is Words, AI, and the Idea of India. Languages, the plethora of them, are the soul of India, and AI is giving them a new voice. Let's dive into how AI is preserving linguistic heritage, fostering inclusivity, and revolutionizing communication in a land as diverse as ours. I'd like to introduce my colleague, our moderator for this session, Siddharth Zarabi, editor, Business Today, who will be on stage with Amitabh Nag, CEO, Bhashini, Meitei, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you so much, Ayush. Once again, I'll request everyone here in the hall to please settle down as we start the session. People standing to the right of the stage, can I please request everyone to either take the conversation outside or please settle down. Yash, need your help in this. Can we get people... I'll once again request everyone here to let this session proceed. Thank you so much. Okay. एक देश भाषा अनेक and Bhashini by itself, Amitabh, is a name that evokes so much. Before I get into some nuts and bolt questions, what does the word Bhashini seek to convey? I'm going to request people on the right here, please, could you please excuse us from the hall? Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's Bhasha Interface for India. That's what Bhashini stands for. And it, has embarked on a journey of translating one language to other. Fundamentally, we take 5 problems, which is at the core. One is that the digital systems or computers should be able to understand what you speak, and that too on 22 languages. The second problem statement which we handle is if a computer has got text encoded in one language, it should be in a position to translate into another language, that again 22 languages. And we take 22 languages because it's defined in 8th schedule of Constitution. Although India has more than 100 languages which are spoken by 100,000 or more people, and there are dialects which are much more than that. But at the first step, we are tackling this particular problem. Then third problem which we are tackling is if it is encoded in one language in the computer should be able to speak out that. So it is text to speech. And then we are having a lot of text, printed text, which has to be actually, understood by the computer. Currently, when we scan it, it comes out as pixels or picture. We want to convert it into text. And then the 5th problem is all about creating digital vocabulary for the country, because there are a lot of names, a lot of things which are not there in the digital vocabulary. It may be there in the paper vocabulary, but it is not there in digital vocabulary. So that's what we are working upon. So 5 basic problems: automatic speech recognition, text-to-text conversion, text-to-speech, optical character recognition, and named entity recognition. It is 5 problems in 22 languages is what we are looking at.
He's made it sound quite easy, but the tasks must be monumental and gigantic, considering the fact that he just told us, Amitabh just told us that 22 languages which are spoken at more than 100,000 people, but that's the base. The number of actual speakers is in hundreds of millions in some instances. Since we are at an AI conference, and the fact that there is a national language translation mission, I want to ask you, what role does AI play in this monumental task?
Yes, so, these entire 5 set of problems have been achieved through AI models. We have created about 300 plus AI models which are open sourced in the market, and these translation models are available as a service by us on our platform, which has been created through APIs. So this is, the base technology remains as AI. I talked about the 5 problems which we are there, and one is, of course, this entire thing is based on digital data. So when we started embarking on this journey, there was 6 to 7 languages has a lot of digital data, but others did not have. So we went on a mission which was basically first of its kind in the world to create the digital data, and that was about taking a picture on a mobile, having an app around it, and going to various people and asking them to speak about a monument, a food, or something like that, and then we used to transcribe it. We had about 200 plus people identified and employed for this particular job. So we created digital data to train the models where the digital data did not exist. For example, Sindhi or Nepali, there was a lot of very little digital data which was existing there.
What sort of infrastructure, AI infrastructure do you use? Because in previous sessions we have been talking about that. What can you share with our audience?
See, we use GPUs, of course, to train the models as well as to deliver these models. And at the peak instance, when we are looking at today, our system actually delivers about 6 million inferences a day. That means somebody is sending a content 6 million times in a day, and which is a pretty large system. We approximately look at approximately about 150 GPUs scaling up to 300 to 500 depending upon the load and the time it comes across as far as concurrency is concerned. And we also train the models using GPUs. So some of this is available and being used by us. So, yes, there is an infrastructure which is required to deliver this kind of a nationwide thing. And we approximately have today 300 customers who are using these 5 services across various domains.
Since you were here during previous sessions when we spoke about small, medium, large language models and what kind of model will work for India, where do you yourself, from your experience here at Bhashini, stand on this debate?
When we are looking at the models, what type of models it will be using or we will be looking at, we have to define the use case for which we are using it. So let me dwell upon few use cases which, which we have deployed at scale, right? So, and those are basically a technology is useful and will be used as for the use cases only if it is for the benefit of the people, and the first beneficiary of the people is the last mile in this country. So in this country, we have 4 types of divides, which were prevalent. One was financial divide, which we took away from Jan Dhan mobile thing, and there is a lot of financial inclusion activity which has happened. We also have a digital divide where people are not digitally savvy and they are not, using computers, maybe because of the keyboard fear. Smartphones have taken away a lot of that because it's more visual. Then we have literacy divide, which is basically that people are only able to use voice to actually communicate. Reading and writing is not possible. And the fourth one is language divide. So what we had embarked upon is to, see how much Bhashini can play upon this particular area to remove these divides which are there. So we created a system with, Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub, which actually is giving a frictionless credit system for farmers. And that frictionless credit system for farmers is dependent on the land records, but that is used as a collateral for giving loans. Banks understand only English. So what used to happen was that the farmer is supposed to translate the land record, which is in vernacular language, spend about 2 to 3 months finding a translator and then paying him something to translate and then going to the bank record, not effectively understanding what has been translated. So this frictionless credit platform actually integrates with Bhashini APIs, and the land records is translated in online fashion. So theoretically, now you can provide a loan in a day's time if the documents are correct and if the entire thing is working out. And approximately 10 plus crore loans are provided every year. So
is this already deployed?
This is already deployed and working, right? The second use case which I will talk about is that we imagined a persona, and Here, when we are trying to do this as a use case, persona imagination is very important. We imagine a persona who comes from a village, earns, say, 100 rupees during the day, and he wants to transfer that 100 rupees to his mother. We only had the condition which we had talked about, is that means he may not be knowing how to operate a smartphone. So he is supposed to dial a number which we give him. He will go through his entire user journey of transfer of money using voice. He only has to enter the PIN and the money would be transferred. This is something which is again deployed at scale in Hindi, English and Telugu right now. We are coming up with other languages so that it is ubiquitous and everybody from the last mile is able to do that. Prime Minister transfers 2,000 rupees every 4 months to the farmers, and there are 12 crore farmers. If there is a challenge with the farmer of not receiving the money, he earlier used to go across to various departments to figure that out. Now we have created a chatbot, which actually he can ask, "Mera bhugtan nahi hua," and after authentication, the answer will be given to him that you go to a bank and do this. Otherwise, this was basically a 2-week task for him.
And is this chatbot in multiple languages?
It's in 12 languages right now. We are moving into 22 languages. This is again on production scale. This is approximately accessed during the day 30,000 times.
Wow.
And the main question which is being asked is, agla kist kab aayega? So, that is the thing which is there. So, it's a system, and that determines what are the sentiments which we are working upon there. Then we talked about, investigation officer in a police station. He goes to a crime scene. Generally, he writes down, noting about what is happening there. He forgets half the things he sees, he may not be able to remember. We have provided them with an app now, and they continuously speak what they see, and it gets recorded, sync into the backend system, error corrected, and the report is filed within 2 days, which used to take about 2 months. Piloted around 700 police stations today, and we see this going further in this. Then we come to judiciary. Case registers in the local courts are in local languages. High Court works in English. Supreme Court works in English. The entire case diary had to be translated when it had to move to higher echelons of the court system. So we have now, we have done a POC, and this will soon get implemented to translate everything across the system. Panchayats used to had a system called eGram Swaraj, which is basically bookkeeping for the panchayat records. This was in English till now, till we actually translated, provided them the APIs. Now it is in all 22 languages. The local panchayats can actually work in Tamil than what was working earlier. One use case which we recently launched on International Disabilities Day, we used Bhashini to convert the railway manuals in audio form. So the books can now be read out for the people who are visually disabled, and they can actually, know how the railway manual is working. The other thing which we are working upon, which again is a work in progress, is the maps of India were in few languages.
Absolutely.
Today, the project has been taken up while pin code wise, Kakinada is spoken. It is then transliterated into 22 languages, and the maps will now be available in 22 languages. So these are the use cases which we are going across, and many of these are online and working out. So now coming back to the question which you talked about, whether SLM or LLM or what is required here, it's the use case which determines what should be used. In some cases like, chatbot, we do use the architecture which might use a LLM at the back end or a SQL query, but the architecture actually is determined by the use case.
So that's a very important point. As we wind down our conversation, I want to go back to the larger question, and this was the statement that Sandeep Patil also made, and I saw you nod at that time, that India has the potential to lead in AI. Do you agree with that? And if you do, why?
See, I think when it comes to using technology at scale to actually deliver governance, service, and benefits to the people, as well as doing transactions, India has been leading for a very long time. You look at the revolution which we brought in on passport issuance. You would have gone through earlier passport issuance system and new one. Company affairs, earlier, system and the new one. E-filing, income tax filing. We never, one of the reasons why people never used to file income tax was, how do you go about? Then came Aadhaar, right? Then came the financial inclusion. Then came UPI. In COVID, we beat the world by not only making the vaccine, but, actually administering vaccine across the entire setup. So, and this language initiative, I'll tell you, as far as Bhashini is concerned, there are a lot of language initiatives in the country around the world who wants to come in. But it was Bhashini in 2021 when it was announced that we will cover 22 languages. Others started saying, okay, I will cover 100 languages in the country. Good. Let's do 22 first. People say that AI is not accurate, but we go around to say, we do financial transactions on AI. So we are accurate. And we will continue to be accurate. There is a lot of work to be done. I'm not saying that work's not to be done. Then we were first one to say voice first. Tell me how many people will say voice first and do the voice first transactions. We translate Honorable Prime Minister's speech on speech-to-speech basis. All the Panchayat Sammelans today which happen for Ministry of Panchayat is translated into 8 languages live. Okay, so we do that. Then we also have taken up the job of saying that it is not enough to do this video translation, document translation, and website translation, as those are low-hanging fruits, no doubt about it. But we are getting into transactions to make them ubiquitous, because we don't want a book to be read in your own language. When it comes to filling up a scholarship form, you go to again English. That's not all about it. And most importantly, we are keeping it affordable. Right.
That's very important. Our time is up, but 30 seconds on this point, because you spoke about language, and even today when one travels across the country, there are areas where you get stuck. And I'm not even talking about language chauvinism. I wonder if in the near future we will never have these debates, disputes around language, because it's probably just standing next to each other and talking through a cell phone that might solve the problem.
Yeah, you have a Bhashini app. If you download, there is a converse feature, which in some form tries to simulate what you're talking about. You can speak in one language, and the other person can speak in other language. We will try to enhance it and bring it to an extent that, what language I speak and what language you speak does not matter at all. And the system will start translating, provided you have a gadget or a device. So that's something in the voice form we will do. We are looking at how do we look at multilingual classrooms. We are releasing soon the feature of speaker diarization and speaker identification, so multilingual video conferencing should be possible. We have built up glossary, so we are imbibing all the words which are available in the Indian domain to get into the system. So there is a work in progress, and we hope that we will be trying to reach the places where we are. But we will take it use case by use case.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Amitabh and his team, because remember, this is not just something that, look at the scale of what is being done here. Throughout his answers, I kept asking myself, should I ask him about whether this compares with what Europe is? And then I said, no, that's not the right question, because our language challenges, if I may put it that way, are far, far greater in scale. Have any other countries approached you? Has someone said, for example, the Aadhaar model or our UPI model has been exported, people keep asking us questions. Has that also happened here?
Yeah, that has happened, and we are, we of course have a lot of things to be solved here. So, but yeah, there has been countries who have asked us for help in their activity. Also, if you Google around at a lot of places, whenever Satya comes to India, he speaks about this project at multiple number of times. So, you know, if you actually Google around, you will find that there are his versions which are there in this world.
Okay. I think, are now completely out of time because Ayush has come with his notepad. Amitabh, I thank you for your time here because not only have you come on stage here, but you've done it after listening to so many other people and sharing these nuggets of wisdom. The Bhashini project is actually a project that will have a multiplier effect on India, its economy and its people and society. And once again, I wish you and your colleagues and team members all the very best in what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you
With
for
that, it's a
having
wrap
me
on
here.
this session. Ayush, over to you.
Thank you, Siddharth, for yet another exciting session, which sets us up well for the next session, something I've been excited about because we live in an age of social media. And there are certain companies that really have that mantle, have that responsibility, but are doing it at a scale that has never been imagined before. Our next session is called AI for India, solving today, shaping tomorrow. AI isn't just reshaping industries, it's solving real-world challenges and driving economic growth. In this session, we will explore the delicate balance of innovation, ethics, and opportunity to shape India's AI-powered future. Can we have a warm round of applause as I welcome my guest for the next session, Sandhya Devanathan, Vice President and Head, India at Meta. A huge round of applause, please. Sandhya, it's a packed room, which is a good sign. And, you know, even if I had to go to the audience for a quick dipstick survey, each and every person in this room probably and actually definitely uses one of the platforms that you represent. WhatsApp users, Instagram users, Facebook. Yes, Facebook still operates. And then everything that Meta and Mr. Zuckerberg and their team is doing to really usher us into the next era, which is all about AI. And that's what our conference is about as well, Sandhya. So let's talk about AI right up. Meta AI. I know somewhere in the back I'm one of the first users of the Meta Ray-Bans, and they seem really cool because I feel like Facebook cracked the code over there. But most importantly, the amount of data that everyone's been talking about in the previous sessions honestly pales in comparison to what Meta across its platforms can actually work on with its LLMs. And we'll talk about models like Llama 1, 2, and 3. We'll talk about Meta AI and the amazing inputs and the kind of data you guys have. Tell us a little bit more about Meta AI and its recent launch in India.
Thank you so much for having me here, Ayush. And it is a full room. And I was watching the previous session. That seemed like, firstly, this session I missed, but the session before that where we had artists come and talk about all that they were doing with Gen AI. And I think it's an exciting world we live in, right? So, and Meta AI really very much, is a part of that. For us, I think before I talk about Meta AI, I want to talk about, the company itself. And we updated our mission recently and we talked about how we're about human connection and the technology that enables it. And if you see Meta AI, that is really plays into the heart of that mission, right? Which is for Mark and for the rest of us in the company, Meta AI is really about enabling and democratizing access to AI to the billions of people who use our platform. And since we've launched Meta AI in India, what we've seen is, this explosion of usage, hundreds of millions of queries on Meta AI. In fact, we announced that we have around 500 million people using Meta AI, and India is the biggest country for Meta AI as well. So Indians, not just the ones in urban metros, but Indians across the country are finding use from Meta AI. So we're learning from it. We hope to make it stronger, better. So it's an exciting time.
Yes, absolutely. And we talk about India and Bharat, and with 500 million users using Meta AI across your platforms. What's fascinating is, and something I want to understand, from a journalistic perspective is, how much of that data and, how much does, or let's place it simply for everyone, I don't want to get all geeky on this, how much does Menlo Park empathize with that 500 million users worth of data and the diversity of it? How much does it feed into the mothership?
So Meta AI is based off of our Llama models. And Llama models are trained on data. Most of the data it's trained on is what's publicly available, right? Very little is proprietary. So I think what we're seeing on Meta AI, if you're a user that uses Meta AI, you can ask for, your history to be, erased, like the questions and stuff like that. But you can also, it learns as you ask it questions and it becomes better in a session in terms of the responses it provides. So you give the feedback, and if, the responses are inappropriate, for example, because no AI model is perfect, what we do then is that we review it and see whether it meets our community guidelines or not, and we try and make the model better, more useful. So the idea really with Meta AI is, how can we build something that people trust and that is useful for people using our platforms?
And most importantly, when you're talking about hardware devices like the Ray-Ban Metas I was talking about, for all of you all wondering, they're those, Ray-Ban sunglasses, which seem minimal or stealth in terms of technology, but they do a fair bit. You can communicate with Meta AI, get all sorts of answers. You can take photos. I use them as a substitute to AirPods or TWS earbuds because they're fantastic when it comes to sound.
Yeah, I love my Meta. I did not pay him to say this. He's really using Meta Ray-Bans.
I use them. I purchased them of my own hard-earned money. But there are questions there, right? Because the amount that those glasses are, of course, there is a privacy guard with the light that comes on every time I'm recording you guys. But there are questions there, right, which come about in terms of privacy and security. And I'm guessing as you scale up the AI mission, and Facebook does this globally, not just in India or Asia, that these must be serious considerations. Because if that goes wrong, companies have tried that before, and it's not always worked out.
Absolutely. Look, I think, which is why you cannot take pictures without that light going off, right? Like if the light goes off, you can't take those pictures, nor can you take a video. So when we build products today, and it's not just, for Meta Ray-Bans, but also for every product that we build across our platforms, we go through something that's pretty extensive called a privacy review. There's a whole organization and a team that looks at how we're looking at privacy first in the products that we build, and it's a commitment that we take pretty seriously. And that's something that we'll continue to endeavor to do.
But
look, it's an...
No, please.
It's an emerging technology, so, we're also learning, and, what you see, which you talked about, which is this light coming on that tells the other person, there's something going on with those glasses, just a way in which we've sort of thought about privacy and how that comes to life with our Meta Ray-Bans.
Here, all of us covering technology spoke so long, waxing lyrical about the opportunity that came with Meta AI. But I must say this very honestly and candidly, it seems like it's still work in progress. Do you think that to some extent, globally, while the promise of Facebook and Meta's social media platforms is so much, that this could have been done more effectively and at a larger scale, perhaps?
Look, all Gen AI models, not just Meta AI, right, which is based off Llama, all of them are works in progress, right? This is a recent technology, and as with any new technology, it's never going to be picture perfect, right? And I think I want to take a minute to talk about, because I think you talked a lot about our responsibility as a company, and I want to talk about how we're thinking about, as we build these large language models. Mark has talked about all the investments we're making in LLMs. We've made significant commitments around the infrastructure builds that we're doing to support this. So I want to talk about two things. One, about our whole philosophy of open sourcing this technology. So if you see Llama, all the models of Llama are open sourced. And why? Because we believe that with this kind of technology, open sourcing it makes for a much more useful, right? So people are all building on it. You build a lot of trust, and you build scale and robustness as you open source, because it's not just you building, it's a whole community of developers that are building to make systems more secure, more robust, and more future-proof, because the whole ecosystem is building on it. And what you've seen as a result is that with Llama, for example, in India, Sarvam has built their first ever Hindi Llama, Hindi large language model based off our Llama 2 model. Now they've done something on audio with Llama 3. So I think those kind of things become possible when you open source it, and everyone is building off of it and making it stronger. What we also do when we build our systems, whether it's true for Meta AI or it's true for both Meta AI and for Llama models that we built, is that we've done something called red teaming, where we have internal and external experts that actually try to post threats on the system and then see what kind of responses the models give, and then close those loopholes, right? It's not perfect, but we take that super seriously. That's where we invest a lot of our time and money in. We looked at responses on Meta AI and fine-tuned a lot of those. We have like large teams. And the last two things I'll say is this: both at a prompt and a response level on Meta AI today, what we do is that if we think this is either an inappropriate question or not something that should be asked, we don't even take the prompt, or if we take the prompt and there's a response, we cut that response. Yeah. So we've done all of that. But look, this is not something we can do on our own. Like I said, Gen AI is relatively new. It's not perfect. So this time, we've also tied up with industry associations. You had the head of IBM earlier. We launched an international AI alliance with IBM, where we want to build this responsibly across organizations, leaders, developers.
Fair enough, and I think all of us in the audience appreciate that. It is an emerging technology. But you touched upon the open source nature of the way Meta approaches this, which is interesting, because another thing that comes with that democratic, inclusive sort of AI revolution, and I'd imagine would require interoperability, would require that other companies within the AI ecosystem also collaborate. For instance, and I can say this, I can use some brand names here, a company like Apple, which seems to be closed as an ecosystem, largely operates very well, known for their ecosystem play, even with their real foray into applied intelligence or artificial intelligence, the big launch of Apple Intelligence came with an interesting feature, opening up to OpenAI and ChatGPT. With all the privacy and security safeguards, we're waiting for it in the next iOS. But why haven't we seen more of these sort of announcements coming in from Meta HQ and also over here?
In fact, Llama can be used by anyone, so
Agreed.
It is open sourced, right?
But does it need an active partnerships push?
No, in fact, so I would say, again, when I look at Llama and what we've seen multiple versions of Llama now. We've open sourced all of them. And what you see in India, again, I want to talk about those partnerships. Yeah. I talked about Sarvam, which is building off of Llama. There is Odia Gen, which is also something, if you think about the language diversity of the country, right? 22 languages, 700 dialects. You're thinking about solutions that need to scale across. It's a massive opportunity, right, for companies that get it, that innovate on AI and sort of help the country leapfrog. And for that, you need an affordable solution. And that's where Llama comes in as well, right? Because it's open sourced, it's free, you download it, the data is yours, you're working with that in a secure manner. So we've done partnerships there. I talked, backstage about what we're seeing with Kisan AI. Yes. Vadvani Labs, in fact, they're a Llama grant recipient for this year, globally, one of the 3 companies. They're doing some incredible work in the field of education, as is, Arivan. So there's tons of examples of incredible companies that are building off of Llama, and it's all possible because that's open sourced, and they're, sort of making it tailor-made for their needs and what the audiences they want to serve or the problems they want to solve. Yeah. Equally, enterprises. So we work with a lot of large enterprises, because you talked about Apple. I'll talk about, a lot of the large Indian companies, Dream11, InfoEdge. All of them are building off of Llama as well. And they're seeing massive use cases like productivity gains, streamlining systems, or just innovating faster. So I'd like to believe, given India is one of the largest markets globally for us when it comes to Llama downloads, that developers and, enterprises are finding a lot of use in it. I know you were there for our Meta AI Day. You'd have seen the excitement. We had around 1,600 developers build on a hackathon, over a weekend, and we had, a room full of people wanting to learn about Llama and how they can use it.
One thing I haven't heard enough today, maybe in some of the coffee table conversations, has been the chatter about Agentic AI.
Yes. You haven't heard enough about it.
I haven't heard enough about it at this conference, so I must bring it up with one of our top guests for the evening. And I want to talk to you about it in a use case like India, because this is a market you understand really well. the detractors, the critics will always say the traditional applications of AI which work in the US or the West won't necessarily work here in India. But agentic AI might find a use case which could really help us leapfrog innovation in India. Do you think that's the case? If you could explain to us a little bit more about your take on agentic AI and how does it work?
So I'll talk a little bit about how we're thinking about AI overall, right? I talked about Meta AI and how that's a big part of how we think we'll democratize access to AI for people. What we've also been focused a lot on is I'm guessing a lot of you in the room and those who are, streaming and watching this live are probably users of WhatsApp. And what you'd have seen, in the last year or two is just an explosion of chatbots on WhatsApp, right? And you'd have, hopefully you'd have found it getting better, smarter, faster in terms of what you can do. So I'll give you an example. Indigo has an AI chatbot and, somebody from Menlo Park had come down, was trying really hard to, web check-in, didn't work, got his boarding pass on the chatbot in like seconds, right? And that's what, and it was very intuitive. So when we think about us, we can probably do the 10 steps of a chatbot, download an app, whatever else. But when you think across the country, if it becomes really intuitive and it's not something you need to teach people or skill people on, the amount of time that it frees up and the productivity gains that you'll see are just amazing. And those are the kinds of experiences we're working with multiple companies and our ecosystem partners on. I want to take it one step further because Mark has sort of also laid out his vision for what he sees on our platform, and we're already testing this with companies in India, which is really this vision of every company or every small business having an agent that helps them respond very quickly. So if there's a customer that's messaged you, but you don't have the bandwidth to handle it, and you're a small business and you're out, getting produce for the day, you've lost the sale, right? But with an agent that responds on your behalf, that has your voice, that learns from you, that's not a lost sale anymore. So we see a future in which, at least on our platforms, we give further access. Again, this is about democratizing AI, access to tools like AI agents on our platform, which are free, which you can use, right? To sort of learn from how you behave and, answer on your behalf. I see it already, being used right now, like I said, for customer service, for customer acquisition, for customer engagement, and we're seeing it with creators as well. So we just launched something called, Character AI for creators, and that's also been, that's still, test and learn phase.
We're all waiting now. We have enough time to get into the creator economy. So everyone who wants to be an influencer, creator, become the next big thing in India, stay tuned. But since you are talking about what, Mark's view has been on some of these projects, and also what Silicon Valley generally is talking about, artificial general intelligence. That was the conversation a few months ago in AI months or years. Artificial general intelligence, and I'm just going to say this at the cost of sounding naive, is when AI systems, in simple English, get as smart as human beings. But now the conversation, the folks at NVIDIA and the lovely folks in Cerebral Valley and Sam Altman are all talking about is artificial super intelligence. When AI becomes much smarter than all of us sitting in this room, maybe more than the combined smartness that we all have. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sandhya. How do you see this, especially since you understand a market like India, with the plethora of opinions, perspectives, beliefs, that diversity, and then if you're feeding off those data sets to come up with something, if it's achieved, called ASI, artificial super intelligence, does that become a little bit, if you just step back and forget about Meta for a minute, does that become a little worrying then?
I go back to my colleague Jan, who I believe you met.
Was here just a few.
Yes, and who talks about,
who's the godfather of AI.
Who's the godfather of AI. He's a chief AI scientist. And I had the, a privilege of spending a better part of a week with him when he was here. And I think we go back to what he's talking about, which is, the capabilities that AI has today don't match the intelligence of a cat. I think that's the line, or, a 5-year-old child, right? Like he talks about how far away we are in terms of that evolution. We're all trying to travel towards AGI. But at this point, AI is not there. But what AI can do is really powerful even today, right? So I'll give you an example. So we've launched Gen AI, tools on our platform for advertisers and for businesses. And what we've seen is small businesses can actually create, if you're a small business, you don't have the resources to put up, spending lakhs putting up a web page, spending lakhs doing creatives. What we're seeing there is that they're actually doing that using tools on our platform. And I think, found that it saves them around 4 hours a week, right? We've had around 15 million creatives in 1 month, which 1 million businesses have used using Gen AI. Now, what that is that it is actually productivity gains that you're seeing here and now. It is time that is getting freed up to do everything else. So I would say, the worry about ASI for me is sort of eclipsed by the opportunity that I see in the here and now. And I do think, to your point, governments, ecosystem, all of us need to work together to make sure we put guardrails in, right? So be it, the standards that we set or, regulations that come in, all of that, this is like a team effort. This is not something that any one company can do or can take ownership of. It has to be multidisciplinary and functional. Lots of people have to come in, on and have, and build the AI ecosystem. And they are.
Super. Now we're going to switch gears and move to social media. There's a lot of AI in social media as well. More importantly, the previous session you were talking about, where we spoke about artists and their work, also they did allude to the point that a lot of them are doing this on Instagram. And more importantly, the algorithm and the rules and the standards are such, which is refreshing to see, that when it is AI generated, that label exists, that sort of transparency exists. But going forward, you see these virtual influencers, you see a lot of people doing all sorts of stuff in the creator economy. How do you see it shaping up in India, right? Have we reached that saturation point now on Instagram Reels? Or is there perhaps an evolution? Because I know Instagram Reels really picked up in India much before it did in the rest of the world. So I think that importance needs to be given to India, of course. But do you think we're sort of saturated? We've reached that titration point with Instagram and Reels in India?
No, absolutely not. I can pretty confidently say that. In fact, we're buoyed by the engagement we see. We love the work that creators are doing on Instagram. I think a lot of cultural trends are being, set on Instagram. So, in fact, if anything, we're seeing increasing sort of growth. India continues to remain one of the most important markets for Meta, for Instagram, and for Reels. I was just at Menlo Park 3 weeks ago, and one of the things pretty much on everyone's lips was around how important India is and the kind of lessons and the trends we're picking up from India that we're then using for the rest of the world. And Instagram definitely was talked about a lot, as was WhatsApp and Facebook. But I will say this, right? If you see today on Instagram, 50% of the content that you see on Instagram is referred by AI, right? Recommended content by AI. So you are seeing AI come into play in terms of what we show up to people and what they see. And what we're also seeing is creators experiment with our AI creative tools for AI, for our Gen AI tools, but they're also going to be using chatbots that are in their voice. So think about if you're a creator and you have 5 million followers, right? You can't be responding individually to every one of them.
Yes.
But you don't want to just hand over control to some AI that doesn't have your voice, right? So imagine a future where it still is personal, but you're able to say, like, you train it once and it's your assistant that speaks in your voice and that says a thank you to a nice comment or a compliment, because you want your audience also to feel engaged, but you want it to be personal. So those are the kind of things that we are thinking about.
While I have been asking all these tough questions, I must say, and it's great in terms of culture, the way Adam Mosseri, the head at Instagram, and Mark Zuckerberg do take to these social media platforms and talk to us in the community
directly.
And the creator community. So when people leave a comment on Adam's explainers nowadays saying the algorithm is broken, we aren't growing, we have been shadow banned.
You have to ask Adam that, not me.
Okay, when they leave that feedback to Meta India's team, how do you respond to that? Because so many creators will be watching saying, yeah, growth has stopped over here. How do we do this?
So I actually disagree with what you're saying, because I think since for the last 2 years, for example, we launched something called Made on Reels, which was the first attempt to get creators to connect with brands, large and small, across the country. It was really successful because we were able to do a lot of matchmaking for creators and brands because we work with all of them, right? Of course, you can talk about the scale, because if you say tens of millions of creators, obviously we weren't able to do that with all of them. We also launched our Instagram marketplace, where, creator marketplace, where again, through the use of technology, we're trying to connect creators with brands so we help them monetize, right? When it comes to things specifically like feedback, we often do roundtables, we do product immersions, we listen to creators quite seriously. And like I said, Instagram is a priority market is India, priority country is India. So we take that feedback really, really seriously, and we constantly build. So in fact, a lot of the safety tools that we built for creators, right, which helps them sort of contain trolling and stuff like that, has come from feedback that's come from creators, right? It's not something we built on our own. So we take user feedback very seriously, and especially creator feedback. So if you're a creator that's listening, please know that we do take your feedback very, very seriously, even if we're not able to respond to you individually.
We appreciate that. But, it's interesting to see how the 9:16, the vertical video, what we call reels, and it's interesting, in a country like India, when you talk about photocopying, it becomes Xerox. When you talk about mineral water, it becomes one particular brand. Similarly, vertical content existed all along, but it's become Instagram reels. We see that there was a big push, of course, from the fact that TikTok was banned here in India, and we saw a lot of growth here for Instagram and Reels. But then now there's YouTube as well that has come up with Shorts. What I want to understand is the one thing as a creator that I don't really get is that while YouTube has really cracked the monetization aspect of it, there were murmurs and a start in terms of monetization on Meta platforms and Instagram. But for now, it's not necessarily materialized. For someone to make it their mainstay, their main career, I think collaborations work for a lot of creators on the Meta side of things, but it's not monetization the way YouTube approaches it.
Yeah, it's different from YouTube, of course, but we're a different platform, right? So I do feel like we help creators monetize, and we're always experimenting with new ways to make sure that they are able to, monetize on our platforms or, find value from our platforms, and that remains an endeavor.
Okay. Now, what's interesting is that there's a lot of interesting partnerships that are actually working out. Like I said, on the AI side, maybe not, that we didn't know of until our conversation, but on the social media side, we see interesting things now, whereas you have Spotify for music. Now on Meta platforms like Instagram, you can automatically add to your Spotify playlist. There's many synergies with Spotify Wrapped as well. Is that really the way forward to create? They have a Justice League approach versus, what DC and Marvel are doing. Is this the side of it? Spotify, Facebook joining hands. We're seeing Apple and OpenAI joining hands. Is this the way forward?
Look, I think we have partnerships across. So I'm not the expert to comment on Apple and OpenAI, but for a long time now we've had partnerships even on your Meta Ray-Bans. There's quite a lot of apps you can access and things like that. So it really depends on what we see emerging on our platform, right? And it's not just Spotify, we have other music partnerships too. So it's really about what people want on our platform. So on Instagram, music is consumed. People like to add music to their reels, to their stories, and that's really what we're enabling.
Why did we see the Meta AI launch in India so much later than the rest of the world? Also with Meta Ray-Bans for that matter. Nearly a year later or a few months later? Why didn't, if India is a key market, why didn't we get these products and services first?
We get a lot of products earlier. In fact, we innovate on a bunch of products. But I would say Meta AI came a little later than the other markets. But when it came, it was good. And you can see already the usage has sort of exploded, and you're seeing the numbers sort of shoot through the roof. I just want to sort of take a minute to talk about that. We had a team that came and did a deep dive and an immersion on how Meta AI is being used, because almost as quickly as we launched it, we saw Indians take to Meta AI and use it in ways that we didn't think was possible. And in places we didn't expect, right? So they went to a village outside of Varanasi. And what they found was this lady using Meta AI and asking questions on how to teach her son, how to help him in his homework and his schoolwork. Then we found somebody else who was sending a card to her sister for her birthday. So I think what we had imagined was that people would use prompts like imagine, right? Which are very our way of thinking of how people would have used the platform. What we found was just Indians were just innovating on Meta AI and using it very differently. So what it also told us was that we should get this right. So waiting and releasing it with all the testing done, the prompts and the guardrails put in was the right move. But once, people have started using Meta AI, you'll see a lot of action and a lot of, people working with Meta AI to make it stronger, at least from, our product team side.
As consumers and as content creators, we're very greedy. And, we thought that Meta AI came a bit late to India. But what are your plans, especially with Meta AI in India? How are you going to scale this up, especially when the Googles and the Geminis and the OpenAIs and ChatGPTs and several other companies, big tech companies and AI startups are working in that space? How are we going to scale up Meta AI to make sure that you're ahead of the curve?
So I go back, right? I started with the mission of the company. It's really around enabling human connection and, and the technology, and underpinning that is the technology that enables that, right? And that's what we're focused on. And for us, when we think about Meta AI, it's really that, right? We have 3.2 billion counting people on our platform, actually a higher number now. But it's really around democratizing access to AI for all of them, right? You're not paying $20 a month to access AI. It's in your hands. You can use it, if you're a mom to do homework, or if you're me to plan your trip. I was in the US recently, had a day in Phoenix, and I was like, give me the sites to see. So it's everything, right? It could be somebody like me wanting an itinerary. It's somebody else trying to figure out, what they should do for their farming schedule or whatever. But that's where we want to go with Meta AI, which is democratizing access to AI. And that's our plan. So we really think of it as we have this platform. What do we do with it? And how do we democratize access to people? So everything else that I talked about, agentic, agents, creative tools for users, for advertisers, for creators, all of that, is in the umbrella of what we do on AI on our platform.
Do you think in India we need to be investing a lot more in data centers? Because we had a conversation earlier here on this stage with Mr. Gurnani where he said that's where the investment needs to go. More importantly, in upskilling and reskilling a lot of the existing workforce. Is that, because the conversation on is AI going to take my job is just stale now, right? Do you think that's where the investment needs to go?
And we have Minister Kharge who will come and speak more about the opportunities in Bangalore right after me. But and AI will enable a lot of that. I actually think, if you think about it, there's 420,000 professionals in AI today,
right,
growing at 15%, right? That's huge. And in fact, if you see GitHub code contributions, India ranks, I think, high up in terms of contributions that we make. So I already think there's a lot of AI talent. What we are doing on the upskilling and reskilling part, and you're absolutely right, we've also done some work with the Karnataka government, but we do work with the Andhra and Telangana governments around citizen services, around skilling. We just launched something with AICTE on skilling. We've set up a center of, education with IIT Jodhpur, which is focused on AI education. So we take this seriously because we do think upskilling and reskilling will be India's answer as well, and we need to do that as jobs evolve. So that's something we're focused on, but I think that's an opportunity for all of us, right? We're all upskilling and reskilling ourselves in this AI age.
That is an opportunity for all of us. It's been a great opportunity sitting with you and with this lovely audience. Thank you for being so candid, so insightful, and thank you for being an awesome audience as well. A huge round of applause for Sandhya Devanathan.
Thank you. Thanks, Ayush.
All right, I promise you there's no AI being used here in this particular function of the India Today group. I was there and I am here. This is not an avatar. They've not invested in an AI avatar of me. Rahul might have one very soon. But I want to move on to the next session. And Sandhya, you helped me with that introduction, because the next one is a special one. We're calling it India's AI Leap. Future perfect is the question we are posing. India is on an ambitious AI journey like we just discussed, but how do we sustain this momentum? From infrastructure to leadership, this session reflects on India's progress and potential to lead the world in AI innovation and application. Can I please have on stage my colleague Siddharth Zarabi for a very special session with our esteemed guest Priyank Kharge, Minister IT and Biotechnology, Government of Karnataka. A huge round of applause, please.
Priyank ji, a very, very warm welcome, and I just need to inform the audience that he's flown all the way from Bangalore only for this, and then of course, while he is IT minister, he is also a politician at heart, so some politics, but that is after this session where we want to first get to hear from you some initial opening thoughts. Priyank ji, you want to use the podium or, yeah, okay.
Like you said, politicians always love the podium. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Very good evening to all of you, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here at India Today's AI Conclave. And as you are aware, Karnataka has always been the pioneer of technologies in India, and we intend to maintain that leadership position by shifting gears to lead the world in skilling, research, innovations, and inventions. And I think today if this event was happening a decade back, we would still be talking about IT-enabled services. But look at the journey that we have embarked upon. We have moved from being the IT-enabled services or IT services capital. Today we are the capital for cutting-edge technology. And Karnataka now is the world's 4th largest technology cluster. We have the second highest foreign direct investments with 38%. With 40% share, we are number 1 in electronics design in India. In machine tools manufacturing, we have a whopping 52% share. In aerospace and defense manufacturing, we have a 65% share. Karnataka currently exports close to around $5.1 billion of electronics accessories. Karnataka's share of IT exports is a staggering 42%. Last year, we clocked 4.2 lakh crores in IT exports. And of course, biotech production and exports, we are 60%. Karnataka contributes 21% to the national bioeconomy. In the global startup ecosystem, we are number 8. Karnataka is the 5th largest unicorn hub in the world, just falling behind New York, Beijing, London, and the Bay Area, of course. And in the startup arena, out of 110 unicorns, we have close to around 45 from my state of Karnataka. And what's really good is the fact that the startups in Karnataka are leveraging deep tech. 28% of the tech startups in Karnataka leverage deep tech. So that means that just because there is a European version of a site or an American e-commerce site, we don't have a Desi version of here. So deep tech startups are a great thing for us to have. We have 400 plus research and development centers. We have 100 plus chip designing houses. 70% of national chip designers are from Karnataka. We command over 40% share in the market for global capability centers. We have more than 837 global capability centers and their units in Karnataka. And all this is happening because of the great ecosystem we have provided over 3-4 decades. And you'll be quite surprised to know that the government of Karnataka nurtures this through skills, incubations, and policies, of course. And we run our own centers of excellence. We have 27 centers of excellence that we run through partnerships with industry and academia. We have a center of excellence in cybersecurity, in agri-innovation, data science and AI. We have one in aerospace, we have one in biotech, semiconductor, fabless, machine intelligence and robotics, animation and gaming, health science and medical devices, wireless and wireless manufacturing. We have a CEO for automobile tech, we have a biofoundry, we have a biotechnology accelerator, we have a gaming accelerator, we have a fintech accelerator, and also we have a center of excellence in water management. And just for AI, just for the context of this thing, the reason why I gave you all these stats is one, of course, we like to brag of what we do in Karnataka. And the other thing is it sort of sets a context on what we are doing in AI today. And what we are doing in AI did not happen just last 3 years or 5 years. We have put in a couple of decades of hard work for it. We run 3 centers of excellence for artificial intelligence, one with the Indian Institute of Science, one with IIITB, and one with the IIT alumni. So as per the Artificial Intelligence Report of 2023 by Stanford, India has the highest AI skill penetration, followed by the United States and Germany. India ranks second globally in AI specialists and number 3 in research publications. Out of the top 50 AI cities, Bengaluru is number 5. And the AI adoption rate in India is 57%, while the international adoption rate is 25%, and the US rate is 34%. That's exactly what Ms. Sandhya was trying to say when she said she goes to a village and they have somebody using Meta to send a card or perhaps get some other information. So the 57% of adaptability of AI, that is where this data comes from. And of course, the India AI market is growing at a whopping 30% year on year, and NASSCOM AI Adoption Index report suggests that we will be a 500 billion market. We'll be contributing, AI will be contributing close to around 500 billion to India's economy by 2026, which means that if we are going to ensure that AI is going to contribute $500 billion in the next 3-4 years, talent is very important. And that again was pointed out by Ms. Sandhya earlier. We have close to around 600,000 workforce in AI, and that is going to double by 2027 at close to around 12.5 lakh people. And the government of Karnataka recognizes the transformative potential of AI and machine learning and has established an artificial intelligence and machine learning administrative unit within the e-governance department. And we are just doing simple things using this. One is better public service delivery, operational efficiency, transparency, and policy making. So this AI ML unit, which works under the e-governance and also partly with the Department of ITBT, is doing, like I said, 4 or 5 simple things within the departments. One, it is enhancing the quality and speed in decision-making processes. 2, it is optimizing operational efficiency by streamlining and automating routine but complex administrative tasks that will ensure there is better productivity with the government officers. 3, the unit is also fostering cross collaboration between departments so that every department is future ready. So if we have some data in the health department that could be used in the rural development, we are ensuring that they collaborate. If there is some data with the transport department, we are ensuring that we take that for urban development as well. So this future ready policies are going to come out because of our cross collaborations with the Department of e-governance as well. And more importantly, the unit is ensuring ethical and responsible and responsive use of AI within government. And I'll give you a couple of use cases quickly. One is we are using an AI-powered information extraction tool. So you know how government documents are, they're endless. So if you want anything, you have to swim through at least 1,000 pages. So we have developed an extraction with a third party, a partner of course. We have developed a tool, extraction tool, wherein the user can give in his query and it will look for relevant information or keywords that are there and ensure that the right pages or the right information is given to the government employee. Another good use case is the detection of fake images in crop surveys. So every time we have to pay the farmers compensation because of disaster, because of natural disaster, we spend a lot of time trying to authenticate the data that is there, especially the photographs of the crop losses. So we are using AI as a possible solution to verify thousands of images that come to us from the Department of Agriculture or Horticulture, and trying to see which of these images are not tampered with based on the lighting, based on the texture, and based on the orientation. So that has helped helping the departments deliver the compensation to the farmers at a greater pace. And even in the Department of Animal Husbandry, we are using something called the AI-enabled muscle print based identification for our livestock, for the cattle. So the nose of the cows or the livestock have different muscle prints, each one. So that's something to do with genetics. And we are using machine learning and AI techniques to map these muscle prints, ensure that we get the right database of livestock, and how we can ensure that these livestock are preserved, and also ensure that how we can enhance the livestock for using AI. Of course, there are probably most of the departments within the government of Karnataka have a AI use case. Even in my department of rural development, a lot of people ask how do you manage? I'm also the IT minister and also the Panchayat Raj and rural development. But I have the ringside view of what is going on in the villages, and trust me, because of the mobile internet penetration, which is close to around 90% in Karnataka, things are moving so seamlessly. We deliver more than 800 citizen services right at the fingertips of the citizens. And my chatbot for Panchayat Raj is AI based. So anybody sitting in the village can put any of the problems that they face right onto my chatbot called Panchamitra. And even if you cannot type, you can just record your voice, or put in a video. If you want the proceedings of the panchayat, that also is available on your mobile right now. All you need to do is just tell us the village, the name of the village, and we will get out the proceedings of the Gram Panchayat that has happened, whatever has been uploaded in the previous meeting. So I think we are going all guns blazing with respect to use cases in government of Karnataka. Of course, the Department of Home is using it for various other things, including real-time facial recognition. One thing that we are also using it is for the notorious Bangalore traffic. So what's happened now is that while coming from here, I came pretty quickly from the airport, but the last 1 kilometer I took 30 minutes. I was extremely happy that I'm not going to get roasted here because of traffic. Anybody complains on traffic of Bangalore, I'm going to say, bhai. And the worst part was that I didn't want to waste your time, so I got off the car and came walking to the hotel. So the point I'm trying to make here is that we are also trying to use AI cameras for traffic detection and better mobility of traffic, and that has ensured that we have increased the average speed of mobility of four-wheelers and two-wheelers in Bengaluru by 3.5 kilometers. So it was, I'm still not very happy with the numbers, although it was around 12 kilometers. Now it's come up to somewhere around 15 or 15.5. So these are very regular use cases that I'm giving. But also one disruptive thing that we are doing is we help startups through our funds. So we have created this unique model for startups called the preferential public procurement, wherein if you have a problem that is, if you're registered with the government of Karnataka and you're actually solving a problem for the government, we ensure that the government becomes your first client. We are ready to pilot with startups also. You'll be quite amazed to know that the government of Karnataka till now has funded 983 startups till date. 983 startups. No VC in the world, no government in the world has done on scale like this. And more importantly, 32% of the startups are from tier 1 and tier 2 cities, And you will be extremely happy to know, Ms. Sanjay, that 28% of them are women-led startups. And I think that is a number that we need to really improve upon. But the point is that we are learning, we are unlearning, we are relearning the government of Karnataka. And we are doing that along with the academia, we are doing along with the industry, and we are doing it along with the innovators and the disruptors. And there's this one company that was funded by the government of Karnataka. I'm not able to recollect. It was a legal firm. They're using AI. I was thinking like, isme AI kya ho sakta hai? So then the gentleman comes and tells me like, no sir, it's just not civil. Look at defense contracts. If you want to build a submarine, there are the Ministry of Defense uses 3,500 contracts because bolt dene wala alag hai, periscope dene wala alag hai, missile banane wala alag hai. So he said that 3,000 contracts is what is being evaluated, and we help them reduce that, which will go to take years. So now that they're reducing it by months. Of course, the AI is doing its bit, but governments take more time. So even if you are going to give it to me in 30 minutes, I'm still going to take 30 months as a government to get things done. So the point again here is that it is penetrating far and wide across departments. There are use cases right from agriculture to aerospace. And the government of Karnataka is extremely keen on exploring all possible possibilities because we are the only state in the country who has the appetite for this, who has the skill sets necessary for this. So to cut a long story short, from being the pensioners' paradise, today we are being the most disruptive city for the world. And when I speak for Karnataka, I speak for the country because I'm no longer competing with anybody in the state. My competition is with the Bay Area. My competition is with the London ecosystem. My competition is with the Chinese ecosystem. Like I said, the data that we have given is very, very encouraging. The use cases that we can do is extremely good, and we are able to scale. The good part about India is anything that you need to do it on scale because of the demography that we have, because of the policies that we have. So that ensures that we not only deliver right, but we also deliver to the large population that is there, and this has a cascading effect across the globe. So recently we had the Bangalore Tech Summit. It is Asia's biggest technology summit, and you will not believe a country from the Middle East came to the summit, and from the government of the country came and told that, Priyank, I want to evaluate your startups to take them to Middle East. So we said, what areas are you looking at? They gave us some 4 or 5 sectors in emerging technologies. And in less than 2 days, we were able to present them with close to around 119 startups. And trust me, they picked up close to around 42 of them or 43 with an average funding of $250,000. And now most of them are also working across the globe. And the only reason they were able to do that because their solution was tested here, tested in this environment, and it was scale. That is what impressed them the most. And of course, it was great technology as well. So I'll not take much of your time, but I'd like to assure you that anything that is going to be disruptive in this vertical will also be led from the government of Karnataka, will be led from my state of Karnataka. As you are aware, we are not only innovating for Karnataka, we are innovating from Karnataka for the world. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your invitation as well. Thank you so much.
Minister Kharge, this is the second time in the recent couple of years that I'm on a stage with the IT minister from a southern state. It was earlier Telangana and now Karnataka, and I realized that they speak more like CEOs rather than just traditional ministers. And the problem with such a sharp minister CEO is that he ensures that the moderator has run out of all talking points. But what I want to pick up from what you just said, and you've given us a very detailed, granular overview of what you're doing in the AI space. You know, states all across India, and your state also, for example, keeps visiting Davos, and you look for investments. Because the state and its politicians, the administration, their objective is primarily first to redistribute tax revenues, to ensure social welfare, and obviously with an eye on the politics of the situation. In the way that you are implementing artificial intelligence, has any doubt ever crossed your mind as a public person that this will lead to job losses? This will, reverse the situation when it comes to the millions of youth in Karnataka who are looking for jobs?
So, two things. First is, of course, we are always a welfare state from before. As a nation, I'm telling, not just Karnataka. This is what people said when the computers came in, right? When the computers came in, they said that we are going to lose our jobs, and that's how things evolved. But people got more jobs. In fact, like I said, because of the advent of technology, I'm able to deliver 4.2 lakh crores in IT exports only from my state of Karnataka. And that's contributing to what? It's contributing to nation building. It's contributing to better living standards. See, any technology will be disruptive, but there will be new things coming up. I'm sure about that. And my personal opinion is that the way things are, like I gave you some statistics, right? Like we have 600,000 people now, and we need by 2027, in the next couple of years, we need 12.5 lakh people. So where are we going to get them? The same people will have to be reskilling. That is the reason why we have understood this by talking to our industry partners, by listening to corporate heads, and we have come up with the program called Nipuna Karnataka. Nipuna in Pali, it means highly skilled, and this is probably India's biggest reskilling program and upskilling program in emerging technologies. So I had a committee for a skill council, which is for emerging technologies. So we are going to be future ready in AI, in cybersecurity, in better data analytics, in biomanufacturing, biomechanics, name the emerging sector. And we are going to ensure that we have the best trained human resource, not only for Karnataka, but for the world. The mantra for Nipuna Karnataka is skill locally, work globally. So it's just not opportunities here. Now our talent is so good that it is absolutely necessary for the entire world to absorb it. So I don't think that will be a problem. Jobs will be in their new forms. Jobs will be in their new avatars. And the governments should get ready. Should get ready for that. That's about it.
Priyankji, when the first mobile signals started getting transmitted across India 30 years ago, that sort of led to a technology revolution. We then saw Y2K. We've seen other major evolutionary developments, including UPI, which has led to financial inclusion on a global scale. When you look ahead, what would you tell other states who may wish to learn and understand from the Karnataka example with regard to AI adoption? The reason I ask you this question is that not all states in India are at the same level of progressive policy architecture that you have just spoken about.
Somebody needs to tell this to the central government. Because the entire AI mission has gone everywhere except Karnataka. So the point is that, there's always room to learn from each other. See, there's a lot of conversations we have had with the state of Telangana. We learn from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu learns from us. Maharashtra learns from us. I think there is, as a state, of course, we are ahead of the curve because we have always listened, we always hear to industry very closely. So we came up with India's first Global Capability Center policy. We came up with India's first data center policy, IT policy, BT policy, AVGC policy, your engineering and research development policy. All this happens only when we discuss this with the industry and the academia. if we don't talk to them closely, we don't understand. And once it is done, I'm sure that now that the GCC policy is out, I got a couple of calls from Karnataka cadre IS officers who are working in other states, saying like, sir, we wanted to discuss this with you. I have a couple of my colleagues who are ministers saying that let's collaborate and see what we can do better. So there's always scope for learning from each other, and Karnataka loves competition. You know, it always keeps us on our toes. It helps us stay ahead of the curve. But like I said, we are not competing with our states anymore. We are trying to be on the global platform, like you said, Davos or London Tech Week. We go there. I don't think that's where business happens. But it's important from a positioning point of view or a perception point of view, and we get to learn a lot of what is happening across the world. So Government of Karnataka recently tied up with the World Economic Forum for AI, and that happened because we were in Davos last year. So presence matters, perception matters, and when you visit places across the country, across the globe, there's a lot of learning. Like I said, a government should be willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn.
What would you like the center to sort of do? Because you made that pointed remark, but when it comes to AI, also from a regulatory architecture, because we've seen efforts over the past few years at the central level, but they haven't sort of all fully come together as of now.
Oh, well, the politics aside, I think they need to work more closely with states, because the ecosystem within the states are so vibrant and so ahead of what is happening in Delhi. I think if there is a much more collaborative effort, it is going to help the nation. Ultimately, what are we all working for? We are ensuring that Karnataka thrives so that India moves forward. And I think a better collaboration will definitely help. You've seen what is happening with European Union AI regulations. It is too strict. Companies are saying that they're dying, whereas in the US bills of rights for AI, they are very sector specific. They don't have it like the EU. So governments across the globe also should talk. In the federal structure also they should talk, because now see what happens. This affects now there are no more geographical boundaries because of the internet being so internet has got us all closer. There's no boundaries at all. So a crime that happens in Singapore, a crime that happens in Middle East or US and affects us. So we need a global policy which the central government should lead from the front, only for the fact that we are a very populous country. And like I said earlier, a mobile phone is no more a rich person's gadget. It's right there even in my constituency of Chitapur.
Absolutely.
Where people are gaming, people are online, people are getting their DBTs done on this thing. In fact, I'm not sure if I should be using this forum to say that just last night one of the students in a private hostel committed suicide because of his addiction to online gaming, which was the servers which were there in the Eastern Europe. And if we don't regulate these things, at least the technology always has good and bad. So at least the bad part of this thing should be...
Priyanki, on whose shoulders does the responsibility primarily lie? Because we have seen, for example, on crypto, instead of a formal ban, we sort of caught the air in a roundabout manner. On gaming also, we have doubled down on taxation, but not looked at the disastrous impacts that it has. Who is responsible? Is it just the center or states as well?
No, see, like I said, a collaborative effort is really, just because you have a cold, you don't cut off your nose. Of course, online gaming is, there are different types of online gaming. In fact, the gaming industry is contributing heavily to the exchequer as well. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me right, they have retrospectively put a couple of lakh crores as tax for them.
But that's the GST Council. Your government is also part of it.
Yeah, but hamari kaun sunta hai? अब हमको एक 20-30 सीट ज़्यादा दे दिया तो I would have been there in the council. But anyway, the point is that all of us are responsible. So it's not that. But see, government should talk to each other. And I have made recommendations. It's not that I have not made recommendations. It's not that I'm putting the ball in central government court and saying like, aapki zimmedari hai. I have written on the same very issue of gaming that you're going to kill the industry. It's generating jobs. It's not only about thing. You see, people, illustrators.
Perhaps if not kill, drive it underground or offshore.
See, what's happening is now, if you actually, if you actually go online and see, where are the people playing? Have people stopped playing? People have not stopped playing. The first the ad you see is no GST for the online
because it's
gambling.
in some unregulated domain.
At least it was earlier. What would happen? You know where the servers are. You know who the company was. If there was a fraud, you could actually go pick them up and come. Now we don't even know whether they're playing on Chinese servers or a Romanian server, and our people are losing money, they're losing their lives, the households
So given
are
this
cracking up.
experience, do you think Karnataka Finance Minister will raise this issue at the next GST Council meeting?
The Honorable CM is not a member there. The Revenue Minister is. But,
Okay.
so we have, I like I said, I myself have written to the Minister. I have gone and met him as well.
What do you think, is our crypto policy progressive or regressive?
Well, I think it is submissive. See, you should. See, you can't. If there is going to be a problem with everything, but that doesn't mean that you throttle it. They regulate it. Who's saying no? Even the industry, gaming industry wants to be regulated. The crypto industry wants to be regulated. But if you are going to, if सिर्फ हम दोनों बात करके सारे लोगों का policy बनाए तो कैसा होगा?
You know, for 10 years we have had a strong central government where laws were passed within minutes, if not days in parliament. I wonder, according to you, what is the reason that we don't have a set of progressive data security regulation laws? I mean, it's not rocket science, honestly, sir.
See what's happening to the privacy, the Sri Krishna Commission report or the data privacy report, that is the bill that was supposed to come in. Why is it going to courts? It's going to court because it's one-sided. There's no consultation. If there had been due consultations from public, if there were due consultations for industry, why would the courts interfere? Who's going to the court? When it is affecting somebody, they're going to the court and getting a stay. And that is why we don't have a policy till now. And
who is to blame for it?
अभी क्या बोलना बोलिए कि नाम सुनना चाहते हैं कि
आप तो कहना चाहते हैं.
See, like I said, in a federal structure, you need to ensure that you engage with everyone. It's a federal structure, right? आप ऊपर हो, आपके नीचे से हम सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं, सब लोग देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. तो let's say, like I keep harping about the 42% of the IT exports. No, एक रुपए नहीं मिलता मुझको. It's all going to the central government. Not a single pie I'm getting. It's not that I'm cribbing, but we have made that it as a policy issue. But if you are going to sit and talk to state governments, talk to stakeholders, talk to people whom it will affect, then these problems don't arise. So, आप बोल रहे हैं कि yes, the government is strong in the 10 years, that is, it's only by number. Show me one great policy that has worked till now. Make in India का हालत क्या है? Digital India का हालत क्या है? Skill India का हालत क्या है? You are giving great slogans, Viksit Bharat, Amrit Kal. Why are so many people relinquishing their citizenship? 2.5 lakh people relinquishing every year. 10 people every hour are trying to get into US illegally. So, the point I'm trying to make is because you are not talking. If you talk to stakeholders, if you talk to public, if you have public consultation, if you talk to state governments, probably we'll evolve a better policy.
Okay, since time's up, I just still have a couple of questions, Priyangi. One is on a rising cyber crime, the frauds that we are seeing, banking frauds, which are impacting old age citizens, and unfortunately AI tools are being used for deep fakes, and people don't understand this. As a politician, as a public representative, what do you think needs to be done? Because I believe, with all respect, just advertisements in newspapers is not going to solve the issue.
See, how many people read newspapers now? So while there has to be a large-scale awareness done at the bottom of the pyramid, if you, like you rightly said, the frauds are not happening at the top of the pyramid; they're happening at the bottom of the pyramid. It's happening at the tier 2 cities. It's happening at the tier 1 cities. It's happening in the cosmopolitans, and the government of Karnataka is doing 2-3 simple things. One, massive awareness campaigns. 2, we are building skill sets. When I say skill sets, we are building skill sets to across the verticals. It's just not, we are not helping the Department of Home with the right skill sets. We are actually bringing in skill sets at the basic level, at the school level. In fact, we have tied up with Meta for training 100,000 teachers and 10 lakh kids on how to be safe online. How to ensure what would be a phishing call, and what could be cyberbullying, what could be a sort of a small lean thread into the dark net. So all these awareness programs is compulsory, and the skill set should come at every level. Besides training the Department of Home and the other departments in the government level, it should also be out in the open. Number 3, what we are doing is we are creating these massive regional centers of excellence for understanding cyber crimes of different nature, because what works in probably in a Mysore Mandya will not work in Kalburgi or Bengaluru. So we are having these regional centers of excellence as well to ensure that there is awareness, there is skill sets that is built, there is incubation centers where innovations come out, and these innovations are used not only by the department but also by the corporate. And we are closely associated with industries. We have tied up with Cisco to train close to around 20,000 cyber warriors. So with the skill sets that the industry is suggesting. So it needs to be driven constantly. And like you said, just 2-3 advertisements in paper front page will not make a difference.
Absolutely. There's so much more to discuss with someone like you, Priyank Khargeji, but we are completely out of time. I just want to end by saying that from decades when Bengaluru was known as the Silicon Valley of India to now very clearly on its way to become also the AI hub of India. We wish you all the very best for that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With that, it's a wrap on this set. Come, sir. They want a Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Well. Wow. What a day, right? I mean, we've had conversations ranging from AGI, policy regulation, we've had Instagram, the creator economy, gaming, and now in the last conversation we also heard about crypto. Plenty of talking points, but honestly, you know something, this wouldn't have been possible without you. The audience right here, your passion, your curiosity, your willingness to push the boundaries, and being such a fantastic, captivating audience, because you guys have been there from start to finish. A huge round of applause for all of your plays. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being an amazing audience at the inaugural AI conference by Business Today and India Today. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, presented by Kia Motors and co-powered by HDFC Life. My name is Ayush Halabadi. Thank you so much for joining us. Dinner is now served.
In line with the trend in the last few years, central banks were once again put to the ultimate test to stabilize their economies against continuous, colossal, and complex shocks.